All right, welcome to the City Council meeting of Tuesday, March the 31st. It's just after 2 p.m. in the afternoon. We're going to have our in-camera meeting. So before we begin that in-camera meeting, and then we will return here in the open at 4 p.m., Mr. Clerk. So from 2 till 4, we will be in camera. So what I need to do before we go in camera is to get a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councillor Newestag, second by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. We will go in camera. See you back at 4. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the City Council meeting. We just concluded in camera. My apologies. We went a little longer than we anticipated, but here we are. And it's not a coincidence. There's also a soccer game being played right now. Scores 1-1 for anybody that's following along for the Italian soccer game. Thank you. Again, we concluded with an in-camera meeting that went on from 2 p.m., and here we are now. So kicking off with the traditional way that we do with our City Council meetings, we start off with the singing of O Canada. And I have a singer. Where is Violet? Oh, way in the back there. Okay, hi, Violet. So I'm going to call Violet to the podium, and we'll make sure that little light is on. Can we tell, Angelica, is the light on? Yes, it's on. Yes, it is. Great. And let me introduce Violet before she sings. So Violet Felino is our singer tonight. She's here with her dad and family and mom. Okay, good. Just want to make sure. Okay. I don't like to assume anything. Violet has been studying voice for more than 8 years. She's focused on musical theater and classical music. She's performed locally at the Yellow Door Theater Project. In addition to singing, Violet is learning to play the guitar. She's part of her school choir at A.N. Meyer. Woo woo, go Meyer. And we're excited to have her here today. So if you can, please stand as we ask Violet to sing our national anthem. So whenever you're ready, Violet.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Good job. Violet, on behalf of all of us here in the chamber, everybody at home watching, you knocked it out of the park. You have a beautiful voice. We want to say thank you so much for making us so proud to be Canadian. Well done. Thank you, everybody. And you're welcome to hang around for the rest of the council meeting. The rule is that you can't leave after 4:45. I'd say start the car and run for it. Thank you. Thanks very much to the Felino family. So we also next, let me get my agenda here, we'd like to have our land, hold on a sec, yes? Where am I, Mr. Is it on there? There it is, land acknowledgement, yes. So with the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who's Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Ani, bonjour. Nawi kapo nadijnakas. Makwadoram nimkidoram. Nagardonjaba. Mix European Anishinaabe Kwayandao. My spirit name is She Who Is in the Center. My French English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I am an artist, curator, producer, and storyteller of mixed Indigenous and European ancestry with Nipissing Algonquin roots. Welcome, everyone. As we prepare for the day, may we listen with intent, speak with kindness, and move through our work together in a good way so that our minds can come together as one. In my teachings, we are reminded that every decision that we make, personal, governmental, organizational, we must consider the impacts it will have on the next 7 generations, our great-grandchildren's children. This is how we remain accountable, not only for the people in front of us today, but for those still to come. We strive for Mino Bimatsuin, to live a good life, one that seeks balance with all life forces, and a life that truly matters. It means leading from the heart, seeing, listening, feeling, speaking, and acting with good intentions, and never for self-serving reasons. Ichi-Manitou, the Creator, gave all creation gifts to share with one another, and with those gifts come responsibilities. The first is gratitude. Let's give gratitude for the life-sustaining gifts that Mother Earth provides. She is our greatest teacher, demonstrating generosity each day, without ever asking anything in return. And gratitude to the natural world for continuing to follow the responsibilities that have been given to them by the Creator. We as human beings must learn from our older and wiser relatives. We must remember that our very existence is supported by their gifts. And by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It also reminds us that what is done to one part of the web of life has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we carry this understanding into our workplace, our homes, and our daily choices, we are actively caring for the next 7 generations with love, generosity, and gratitude. Chimiigwech.
We're grateful together for the land that we share. Thank you, Michelle Elise Burnett. Adoption of the minutes from our March 3rd meeting, 2026. Yes, Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move something up on the agenda.
Okay, can I come back to you in just a moment?
Okay.
I'll come back to you. Adoption of the minutes from the March 3rd meeting. Councillor, pardon, you weren't here? Oh, someone that was here. Councillor Dabrowski, Councillor Carrio, all those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. Also, disclosures of a pecuniary interest is what I'm looking for right now. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. From the last meeting, because I wasn't here, CAO 2026-02 dealt with the Revitalization Grant at Bentley Commons. Previously, I had declared a conflict with the rezoning. I own property that can be affected. And for this meeting here, the notice of motion that deals with training for licensed short-term rental operators, again, I own property that can be affected.
So we'll give those handwritten to the clerk. And also, I'd like to acknowledge we do have some special guests here tonight. I noticed we've got Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco, former Pelham Mayor, Mr. Augustine. Dave, thank you for being here. I know, and of course, we've got David Adames, the head of the Niagara Parks Commission. He's the chief cook and bottle washer. He kind of does it all. And then we've got a lot of our tourist team here tonight as well. So I know they're here to cheer us on. So I just want to thank you to everybody here tonight. And I'm going to, just before I start, yes, Councillor, okay, give me 1 second, Councillor Coca. I'm going to, just before I start, everyone's favorite part of the meeting, which is the mayor's reports and announcements. Everybody gets all excited about that part. Before I do, Councillor Patel and then Councillor Lococo.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move the item for 15.1 notice of motion up ahead of the agenda because there's lots of speakers in the audience and I don't want them to wait till the end of the meeting. So if it's okay, if we can move it up to the agenda, up on the agenda. So
maybe we can move it up to after our 7.2. So we've got 2 scheduled deputations.
Okay.
So maybe after that, Mr. Clerk? Okay, agreeable by Mr. Clerk. Do we need a motion for that, Mr. Clerk? Yes. Okay, okay, so I got Councillor Baldinelli. Okay, so motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli, and I know Councillor Lococo was willing to second as well. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Councillor Lococo?
It was the same motion, thank you.
Oh, to move it forward? Oh, it was to move, I thought it was to have
Well,
some.
it was to move it forward, but because there's people here in the audience, Toes, Councillor Morocco, and Dave Augustine are here, and they would like to speak to the motion.
Oh, okay. I thought, all right.
It
I
was the same
understood.
thing.
Okay, I got you. Okay, we're good. Is everyone else okay with the agenda? Okay, good. So moving on to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. It's my comments. Good chance for you to check your phones. Obituaries, we'd like to offer our sympathy to the families of Sally Jackman, mother-in-law of Dave Etherington of our IS department, and Ross Barone, longtime business owner of Portage Bakery. He was a community contributor, baker of the biggest community cakes for all of our Canada Day celebrations. He'll clearly and dearly be missed in Niagara Falls, and his family continues their legacy, Portage Bakery. Birthdays, tonight is Councillor Dabrowski's birthday, so everybody make sure, yay, all right, happy birthday, yeah. And he decided to spend it with us. How special. Foolishly decided to spend it with us. And also, Friday, April the 10th is James Stika, our Director of Operations and Municipal Works. And he's the guy that oversees all the plowing and sweeping of our streets and many other functions. So we're also celebrating his birthday. So events and announcements. So this is exciting, and I'm going to ask Councillor Pietrangelo to help me on this one. It's his son, Victor Jr., and his curling partner, Gray Withers, and they took the championship title. This is for Canada, by the way. Yeah, they defeated, yes. I'm going to give my notes, and then I'm going to ask Councillor Pietrangelo to stand up because he was actually there, and he could probably offer. And we do have a video that's on the screen, which was the final, I think it's called the final end, and it was a big come-from-behind victory, so it's a really big deal. So they defeated Alberta's Cinnamo and Tau team 10-9 in the finals, so close. It was a big comeback to win their last week in Surrey, British Columbia. They went from being a wild card team to winning the championship. That doesn't happen every day. So congratulations to Niagara Falls' own Victor Pietrangelo Jr. Seniors, he'd be senior then, right? Or junior? Yeah, junior. And Serena Gray Withers of Edmonton, his curling partner. They're excited to go on to represent Canada now, next year at the 2027 World Mixed Doubles. So pretty exciting, and I know Councillor Pietrangelo taught him everything he knows, and maybe he could share a little bit about that, and then we'll play the video. So Councillor Pietrangelo, maybe tell us from your purview in the stands, what happened?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Well, if you would have saw my shot-making ability against Mr. Burgess last night, you would know that that's not true, that I taught him everything that he knows.
What not to do?
It is the highest honor that he can receive in the mixed doubles, Your Worship, which is really cool for the able-bodied curlers in Canada. There's 3 main events. The Scotties is for the 4 women team, the Brier is for the 4 men team, and then there's the Canadian mixed doubles. He did qualify on a wild card, but that's because they're not allowed to win a province because he's from Ontario and she's from Alberta, so they have to qualify as a wild card. But every one of the big names, it was the top 28 teams in Canada that were there. So again, like I said, it's the highest honor that you can achieve in mixed doubles curling. They're the youngest team to ever win, and there's a lot of good young talent. Like the Cinnamo Tau team is the same age as them. Katie Ford, who's from Niagara Falls as well. Her father is the club manager over at the club on Morrison Street. She was in the semifinals. Her along with her partner Oliver Campbell. So that's 3 young teams that are at the mid-25 range in their life. So there's a lot of good talent in the pipeline, Your Worship. And yeah, of course, we're super excited, super proud of him, and looking forward to the World Championships next year.
Awesome.
So
Wow.
thank you.
Excellent. So folks, what do you say? We're going to play this final end video, commentated by Councillor Pietrangelo. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah. Okay, sure, Your Worship. I mean,
Can we pause it for a second? Okay, go ahead, yeah.
yeah, it was a tough game in the sense that in the very first end, Serena's rock, it was her very last shot of the end. It picked, and for anyone that doesn't curl, sometimes when you're throwing a very light shot, if there's a piece of dirt or dust that gets underneath the rock, it can cause it to go sideways, and that's exactly what happened to her. So the other team scored 6 in the first end, so they were in a real hole. So the entire game was just kind of clawing back, and in the very last end, they had hammers, so they had the last shot. They were down by 2, and I won't spoil it, but you can show it.
I think we know who wins.
Do you like the quarter or do you like more? Okay, I like that.
So with the game in her hand, button or better wins you a Canadian championship. Serena Gray Withers, final stone at 8.
Men. Lots of room. Line's good. Room. Room, Victor, curl. Needs to curl. Play full 4. Needs to curl. You got it. Curl.
Got a chance.
Has to come up a little bit more.
It will.
It does.
Incredible comeback from Team Grey Withers Pietrangelo. And they are 2026 Canadian mixed doubles champions.
Wow, that's exciting. They almost wiped out on the ice.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, well, they have sliders on, so they couldn't stop, right?
So there he is. Congratulations, Vic. We're really proud of you. Again, thank you. All right, congratulations. Here's some of he's very acrobatic. Like, I mean, you got to see he walks around in his hands. This guy's a gymnast.
Just like you.
Just like me. Yeah, I can barely touch my toes. So, Eric, next big tourism announcement. Really excited. Air Canada landline announcement. So just recently at the Niagara District Airport, and by the way, when I tell people about the airport, they always say, we have an airport? That's been there for 97 years, owned by the cities of Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, and Niagara-on-the-Lake. So they have extended trips to Niagara Falls from Pearson on flights to and from Toronto. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Baldinelli, Patel, and Uestag, and this is added value. So anyone from anywhere in the world that decides that they want to come to Niagara Falls, you can now book a trip right to Niagara Falls, and the last leg of it will be done on a luxury leather coach, 36 seats, high-speed internet, big TV screens. You see a picture of it on the screen, and for no added cost, they'll bring you right to Niagara District Airport, and then when it's time to go home, you go to Niagara District Airport, you do your baggage check, you get your boarding passes, and they take you to Pearson. And if for whatever reason your flight is changed or canceled, they do it for you. You don't have to do a thing. They take you right to the terminal, you check in, do security, go to your gate. It is amazing added value, and it's not just Air Canada, it's Star Alliance, all their affiliates. So there's Lufthansa and Singapore Air and all the other partners. So I think, is it American Airlines? I think it's one of the other ones, I'm not sure, but one of the big US ones. So it's an exciting opportunity for our airport. We told them, get more buses. They're already doing this in other areas like Waterloo and Sarnia. They're going to Muskoka. We're going to be one of the areas. This one's going to be hugely successful. So anyway, we're really thrilled that we're finally turning an activation point of our airport. And it's only the beginning of great things to come. We recently had the Brunch Bid and Bowl. That was at Club Italia to raise funds for Birchway, Niagara. I was joined by Councillors Patel, Uestag, and Lococo. We had the Greening of the Falls, and I was joined by David Adames and Minister Stan Cho, who was in attendance, as well as the Ambassador, Consul General, Minister, Assistant Consul General, all from Ireland. So they're thrilled to see one of the great natural wonders of the world turning green in celebration of Irish Weekend and St. Patrick's Day. That was at Table Rock, by the way. I did attend the Welland Mayor's Breakfast last week at Casa Dante Lounge in Welland for Mayor Campion. I was joined by Councillor Lococo and Patel at the Eid greetings at the Niagara Falls Convention Center. Again, back at the Convention Center the next day for the Dodgeball Wars. Congratulations to the City of Niagara Falls taking second place. They did quite well. And most of them couldn't walk for a week after performing. So congratulations. The 1979 Provincial Curling Championship team from Ann Meyer had a banner presentation with the coach and former teacher, Dennis O'Connor. So they're all shown. There they were back in 79. And I guess the question came up, why was there no banner at the curling club? And nobody could answer that. So they decided to get one made and celebrate some more curling legacy in Niagara Falls and at our curling club. The Electrical Distribution Association Awards Gala took place in Toronto recently. I was joined by Councillor Strange. It was in Toronto where Brian Wilkie, our former CEO of our Niagara Peninsula Energy, received the Chair's Citation Award for 28 years in service and 7 years on the Electrical Distribution Association Board of Directors. I last week joined David Adames at the Skull Hamilton Niagara chapter meeting, which took place in Niagara Falls. A number of tourism professionals joined us that day. Also, we had the Niagara College Gala, took place this past Saturday. That was at the Niagara Falls View Casino Resort. I was joined by Councillor Patel, where they raised more than $7 million for the college. Business milestones and events in the community. A Crowded Table Cafe at the McBain Center had their grand opening. What a great concept, and a partnership with Heart Niagara, where if you don't have money, you can pay next time, and if you got extra money, you can pay for someone else's lunch or a snack. I was joined by Councillors Strange, Lococo, and Newestag at that event. We had the Capri hairstyling on Portage Road, celebrating Nick Radish's 57 years in business. He reminded me that when my dad used to manage the A&P store up there, that he sent me one day to get my hair cut and then had me walk back, and they kept an eye on me. And anyway, he remembers that. I have no idea. I don't remember that, but apparently it happened. Super Sub on McLeod Road in the Cogeco Plaza celebrated their 40th anniversary. I was joined by Councillors Newestag and Patel. Stay Classy Barbershop, which is on McLeod Road in the A&W Plaza, just celebrated their first anniversary, and also joined by Councillor Newestag and Patel. Fa-wo-un-nika, Fo-hong Nok. Sorry. They wrote it phonetically, and it's completely not right. So I went back to Fo-hong Nok. Is a restaurant on Lundy's Lane at the Wendy's Plaza. They had their grand opening. I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Patel, and Strange. And lastly, we had Board to Bits Cafe in Portage Road in the Town and Country Plaza, selling their first anniversary, a place where kids and families can go to unplug. There's no Wi-Fi, there's no devices, it's all old school board games, Pokemon, and traditional fun where it's actually face to face. And coming up is our Easter break. We're going to have the big, this Friday at Fireman's Park, we're going to have the traditional Easter egg hunt for the chocolates. That'll be at 11 a.m. at Fireman's Park. We'll see everybody there. And Good Friday, as we mentioned, and then Easter Sunday will take place this weekend. So wishing everyone a happy Easter. Next council meeting will be Tuesday, April the 21st. So moving on to deputations and presentations. I mentioned his name a number of times tonight. He goes to enough events that we could almost make him a councillor. David Adames, we welcome you to the podium, Chief Executive Officer at Niagara Parks Commission. He's going to give us an overview and presentation of what's happening with the MAT tax, the Municipal Accommodation Tax. So, Mr. Adames, welcome.
Well, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Mr. Mayor, and to councillors. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about a very important topic, the Municipal Accommodation Tax. So I'll go to the agenda on the screen here. So the agenda is an overview of the task. We're going to talk about what's in the plan for 2026, and then we'll talk a little bit about next steps. So council asked Niagara Parks and me specifically two things. One, as it says, to oversee the administration of the municipal accommodation tax for 2026 and develop a plan for 2027, and to develop a new governance structure. In other words, recommendations that will come back to council by the end of the calendar year, end of calendar year 2026. So looking at the slide here, this has been very a collaborative process. We want to make sure that moving forward we have collaboration. So tonight, joining me, Tish DeBolonia, who is the interim chair of the Niagara Falls Tourism Board. Thank you so much, Tish, who rearranged her schedule to be here. So thank you so much. Eric Marcone, the vice chair, Tim Parker, the treasurer, and Adam Stiles, the interim CEO for Niagara Falls Tourism. So as we move forward, we're collaborating with the Niagara Falls Hotel Association, Niagara Falls Tourism, key stakeholders. And this is very much a transition year in 2026. Funding activities for tourism this year will come from the MAT that will be collected April 1 through December 31st, but also some legacy funds from the past from the Hotel Association as well. So again, that's where we see the collaborative use of those municipal accommodation funds. Going back to the bylaw that the city passed, these are the uses on the screen for the accommodation tax. There's multiple uses, and rest assured through the mayor that this is exactly what the funds will be used for going forward. So what's the plan for 2026? So leisure campaigns, destination marketing. And in the past, in tourism, we would talk about seasonal campaigns, spring, summer, fall, winter. But now it's really important to be always on. So yes, we will tweak and torque some messaging based on the time of year, but it's so important for many, many reasons to be on. Think about the whole selling proposition, always be selling, always be asking for the business, because if we're not asking for the business, somebody else is. So the campaigns will always be on. 65% focus on Ontario and Quebec markets, the domestic market, and 35% US. And this was really good input from the marketing task force of stakeholders. So back to that theme tonight of collaboration, that was great input that we did receive from that. And that's based on sales history and where we see the market going. And there's a strong recognition of the balance between domestic and US. On the sales side, both domestic and international, travel, trade, and business events. So some of the tactics that will be undertaken will be a combination of sales missions, trade shows, sales calls, and of course marketing to support those efforts. Events, in-market activations. So New Year's Eve is back.
Yay, woo!
So a long time tradition in Niagara Falls that was paused for the pandemic, and then some discussions subsequently, but now it is back for December 31st, 2026. So stay tuned for more details. And again, back to the spirit of collaboration. This is the City of Niagara Falls, Niagara Parks, Niagara Falls Tourism stakeholders working hard to bring this event back. It's so important for the brand positioning of Niagara Falls, and a great event for both local residents and visitors. Support for demand generation third-party events. We've heard loudly and clearly for a long time that we need those in-market activations like events to augment what is here regularly with attractions and restaurants and other parts of the tourism industry. But events are those impulse things, those demand generators. So we're working with the Salsa Festival and Misty City. So Misty City has announced a good part of its lineup for the weekend of September 18, 19, 20. And then the Salsa Festival is the weekend prior. So a couple of really important events coming up in September. Niagara 5000 will also be back in September. So those are just three of the events that are coming to Niagara Falls. So Misty City is back. It did launch last year in 2025, and Salsa Festival will be something new. So what does that mean? So stakeholders will want to package and promote around those events to really drive visitation to Niagara Falls and drive overnights to Niagara Falls. The Winter Festival of Lights will be back for the 44th edition this year as well. And again, a very important off-season and engaging activation. Again, good for both local residents and visitors. And the Summer Fireworks Series also back once again. Convention Development Fund. This goes back to, again, the uses of the municipal accommodation tax, something that's important for council and something important for the tourism industry, to bring those business events in, leverage the Niagara Falls Convention Center, and looking at city-wides. So that means the use of multiple hotel properties and a minimum number of hotel nights for conventions. So that's what some of the accommodation tax money will be used for. And the second bullet point here, instead of either bidding for events or paying rights fees, but start to create some made in Niagara Falls conventions. We have an international brand, so why not create some made in Niagara Falls conventions that we can own and fill need periods, but also position the destination. Region-wide activities and beautification. So this is the area where the city has earmarked money from its portion of the municipal accommodation tax. So support the Niagara District Airport. And I agree with the mayor in terms of that very important and exciting announcement that Air Canada made with the Niagara District Airport. Now think about that. I'll emphasize the message that the mayor shared about someone booking Niagara from anywhere around the world on Air Canada or the Star Alliance, and be able to fly into Pearson and easily connect into Niagara District, or vice versa, for Niagara residents to park for free at the airport, get on a luxury bus and go to Pearson, check in at Niagara District, already checked in and move on. So to support that effort, it'll be really important for Air Canada and the airport to know that there's support from the tourism industry for that service. And of course, the other parts of enhanced bylaw and beautification in the tourist areas. So bringing stakeholders together, back to that theme of collaboration. So on Wednesday, April the 15th at the Niagara Falls Convention Center, we have put the invitations out, and all members of council will have received this invitation as well. So from 2 to 4 p.m., we are going to gather and talk about the plan for 2026 and moving forward. We're going to offer that opportunity for networking, to start to think about how other collaborations can start. I've always been a big believer in a big tent. When you bring people together, good things happen. So April 15th, Minister Stan Cho, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Gaming, has confirmed his attendance. He'll be there to speak about the Destination Niagara strategy. Of course, the biggest cheerleader for the city, the mayor, will be there as well. And we've invited Dr. Barry Wright, the Dean of the Goodman School of Business from Brock, to come in and talk about that theme of collaboration. So please mark that in your calendars. Adam shares with me that we have very strong sign-ups for that event already. So I think over 150 tourism stakeholders have already signed up for that. And with that, it is let's go. It's implementation time of the 2026 plan. The change in terms of my role does take effect tomorrow on April the 1st. And what's, I think, an important message for council and those watching the broadcast as well is that key measurements of all initiatives to assess and demonstrate the return on investment are being undertaken, will be undertaken, and that's what will be reported back to council. So when we think about the destination marketing, the leisure side, we'll have key performance indicators to, again, report back on that. On the sales tactics as well, how many prospects did we develop? How many sales leads came in? How many bid opportunities went out? And what did that convert to business for the citywides? Travel trade, same thing. How many business prospects were there and how much confirmed business did we generate for Niagara Falls? Just as a few examples. So with that, through the mayor, we'll open up for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dames. Great presentation, and I do want to start off, so I've got councillors, I'll come to you, that this is a thankless, impossible job, but he still reluctantly took, no, he didn't reluctantly take it. David jumped into it, and we're grateful that you did. He's shown his leadership at the Parks Commission. He knows all the players and the partners. He understands the industry. He comes with a lot of skill, and we look forward to you leading us to our eventual terms of reference and what the final model is going to look like. And it's a big task. And we just want to say thank you for agreeing to do this. We're excited because we have an opportunity to take Niagara Falls from good to great. And I know you're going to help us get there. So we do have some questions. I've got Councillor Lococo, Councillor Patel, and Councillor Newestag first off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Dames, thank you so much for the presentation. I've been in communication with a small hotelier, and she sent me a whole list of questions and some concerns, so I have sent them to Mr. Dames, so he has them ahead of time. I do want to ask them two of them publicly because some other people have been asking about them as well. One of the questions was, are there any members sitting on the board that are on all three of the different entities, like Niagara Parks Hotel Association or the Tourism Board? Are there some people that sit as individuals or company? Are there any conflicts of interest? So that was our first question.
Okay. And you're not on trial. These are just...
No. As the mayor knows, I welcome questions, so through the mayor. So there are no members on all three boards. I think it was the first question that you had, and certainly on respective websites, the board of director members are listed, so that's for public consumption as well. What I'm very pleased to say is that the funds that will be used from MAT this year in 2026 and the plan for 2027 it's for all of the destination. There's nothing in the budget that's for either one individual tourism operator or one individual business. It's all for destination branding, destination positioning, destination activations. So in other words, it's there for the benefit of all.
Okay, great, thank you. And the second question was, is there an application or for proposal for people to be involved in events? Does somebody have an opportunity, because their feeling was that there were already selected few companies that were selected to provide these events. So she was wondering if there was a more transparent, accountable way of opening up the floor for some proposals.
Yeah, through the mayor. So there will be for 2027, and I'm going to recommend something for 2028 in terms of having an intake process for events. As I was saying earlier in the presentation, that events are important demand generators for the destination. But this is very much a transition year, so we did need to hit the ground running. So for example, the events that we had on the screen earlier, Misty City, they invested in the destination last year. So this is about dancing with someone who brung us. So in terms of dancing with a willing partner, they've investing in the destination, so that's in place. Previously, the Niagara Falls Tourism Board had approved the Salsa Festival, so that's coming as well. So we want to make sure that we had some events for 2026, but I told, through the mayor, I understand that question about the future, and we have been asked by others as well. So there will be a process. There'll be criteria about, again, with the municipal accommodation tax, it'll be about creating events of the scale that will draw out-of-town visitors, that will create demand for overnight visitation. So stay tuned for that process as well.
Great, thank you. That's very good to hear. The last one is a request. I know we have Tim Parker in the audience, in the gallery, and he's requested after council has all of their questions and comments, can he also delegate on this? He had something that he would like to talk about on this.
Mr. Clerk, how do we?
I'll put a
something
motion
like
forward.
Someone who didn't register, who we don't really want to speak, how do we? He doesn't want to? Oh, he doesn't
You don't
want?
want to speak? Did I misunderstand your text?
Oh, sorry. Okay, maybe hold off on that. We'll come back to that one. How about we come back? Can we come back
Okay,
to that
I'm
one?
sorry. He's there to answer any questions that
Oh.
we have
Okay.
on the budget.
Oh, on the BIA. Oh, on the budget, later
no.
on. Oh, okay, got it.
You said 7.1, so that confused me. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry
we're
about
good.
that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. David, for a great presentation. And I want to echo what Mr. Mayor said. Thank you very much for taking on this role. It is a thankless job, and we are very happy that you are actually in charge of it, so we're all very happy. I have a question that when you talk about the destination marketing, why 65% focus on Ontario and Quebec and 35% in the U.S.? How is that calculated?
So through the mayor, we asked a number of stakeholders to join a marketing task force, and we asked a question about sort of where business is coming from today, and certainly where business is going to come from in terms of their projection. So they felt the weighting about, we debated between 60-40, 70-30, so we did the true Canadian thing and went 65-35. So it's feedback from the industry, so back that consultation, collaboration. Now, if we find that we need to increase a little bit on, say, the U.S. side, then we will make those adjustments. So based on those key performance indicators, we'll watch that very carefully. On the sales side, so again, that was the weighting for the leisure marketing. On the sales side, we have some specific dollars allocated for international sales. So for example, there will be a Niagara Falls international sales mission to Europe this June, where we'll be meeting with tour operators from the UK, Germany, France, also travel influencers. So that's a direct weighting on the international side, on the travel trade side.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple comments now. Thank you very much for the great answer, and we are all very happy about the New Year's Eve concert and also convention. Every time we go to conventions, we always talk about why can't we bring those conventions here. So that's a very great way of bringing revenues to our city. And one thing I really want to point out that when you talk about the beautification, most of the people take beautification very lightly, but it has a great impact. It's just like, look at the council chambers. We just have fresh coat of paint and it looks all bright. It just a little bit of beautification goes a long way. So I really want to thank you for bringing that into the very important points. So thank you so much.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can add one comment to what Councillor Patel was referring to about conventions. So we would like to identify ambassadors or convention ambassadors who may have a connection to an international association, a national association, a provincial association, or a line of business who would want to come to Niagara Falls. And then through Adam and his team at Niagara Falls Tourism can take it from there in terms of prospecting that lead and helping to facilitate not only the bid, but then be a good host here. So again, we all have an ambassadorial role to play in tourism. On the business event side, on conventions, we want to identify those folks. And it's amazing how many have national and international connections here in Niagara Falls.
Very good, thank you. I've got Councillor Newestag and then Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And of course, I'm going to say thank you, like everybody else has, for your presentation and taking on the role, so I'd be amiss if I didn't acknowledge it. You mentioned that you have 11 categories of which the new MAT tax is going to fund. Is there a proportion, like have you outlined how much weighting you're going to be giving to the different categories?
So through the mayor, not yet. But I think, again, we've heard clearly from stakeholders that destination marketing is a priority. Sorry, two things are a priority. So destination marketing, events, and the sales side are important. So now we have to then look at what the available dollars are to then look at the weighting. So we haven't done a specific weighting there yet. Some of these items that are in the bylaw, arguably from a tourism perspective, are a little bit more important than others. I don't mean to demean one over the other, but there are some that are a little more important. And destination marketing is all about the brand positioning for the entire destination. That has an impact on all tourism businesses in Niagara Falls. So that's why we've heard loudly and clearly that destination marketing is important.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, and kind of to back that up, so we have a lot of individual interest in this market, and everybody has a different opinion. And it's going to be very important that we, as you mentioned, the big tent, that everyone comes together, because we've already heard rumblings already about what people support and they don't support. How are you planning on gathering or addressing that area of collaboration? Because if we get out the gate where people are not saying we don't really want to fund a New Year's Eve concert, for example, and yet this area is going to, how are we going to ensure that we're all going to be able to work together and collaborate? Are there going to be, are you going to be meeting individual? What is your plan to do that?
Yeah, through the mayor. So no, it's an excellent question, and we're definitely in a period of transition, a period of change. So there's a bit of a change management exercise that's going to go on. So what I can assure council are the following things. One, I'm a good listener. I think there'll be some individual meetings, but the more times that we can do group meetings like the session on April the 15th. So we will have an opportunity to hear from the 150 plus folks who have signed up for that session. And I've already shared with Adam and Tish as the interim chair of the board of Niagara Falls Tourism. We need to have more regular meetings of members and stakeholders. So that April 15th meeting is both members and stakeholders, so it's open invitation. And I will take the comments very seriously to think about what the plan is for 2027 and some other recommendations. So keep lines of communication open, look at results. And the last comment I would say, and I've said this to Adam in particular, the tactics that we will do, the initiatives that we will do, they'll be deliberate, they'll be thoughtful, and they're going to be done really well. So it may not be a huge list of activities, but those things that we do, we're going to do really, really well. So an example of that is we have a sales reception at the Rendezvous Canada conference this year. So for council and those watching, so Rendezvous Canada is the premier international travel trade show in the country. So the best tour operators from around the world come to Rendezvous. This year it happens to be in Toronto. So those Niagara Falls tourism operators who are on the trade show floor will be attending on the free night a Niagara Falls sales reception. But we're very, very deliberate about our thought process that went into the plan for that event. One, we're going to be at a restaurant that is owned and operated, chef, of a Niagara College alumnus. So that person is so passionate about Niagara that he's going to meet with the delegates at the dinner and talk about Niagara and all the good things about Niagara. We have Donald Zeraldo, pioneer of wine in Niagara. He'll be doing the wine pairing. He'll talk about the craft of the wineries that are here as a demand generator in Niagara. I understand the mayor will be attending, and also Minister Cho. So in terms of talking about the ambassador roles that these leaders play, and I can tell you in certain international markets, the position of mayor is so important. And Minister Cho, who went on an international sales mission, which I joined him on last year in Asia, has such a commanding presence in these sessions to be able to help ask for that business. So as an example, so a very deliberate thought process went into planning that event to make sure that we make an impact for Niagara Falls.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any charge for the 15th, or is it?
Free.
Oh, free. Great.
Except for you. You're $150.
Okay. Our CAO, he's got my back. Councillor Strange and then Dabrowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, David, for the presentation, and looking forward to a really, really busy year and filling those hotel rooms. So first of all, it's so exciting just to hear that the New Year's Eve event's coming back. And I know it's probably not ready yet to announce, but do we have any, I know you just got Brooks and Dunn for the Misty event there, so which is huge, right? Huge. Do we have anybody in line that we can talk about, Jim? Anybody?
I know nothing.
You know nothing?
Yeah, through the mayor. So we, and Serge Fellow said he's taking the lead on the talent acquisition for New Year's Eve. So he's got lots of feelers out, working hard with Live Nation on this one. So as soon as we can announce, because again, we want to position and promote Niagara and start selling it now.
Yes.
So certainly we're publicly announcing New Year's Eve is back.
Yeah.
So folks can start to make their plans for that. And to your point about the credit to Misty City in terms of booking Brooks and Dunn, the only Canadian stop for Brooks and Dunn this year.
Wow.
That is very significant.
Yeah, that's amazing. And obviously, we're going to be trying and hosting events in kind of the off-season months, too, to get people here to Niagara. Is there anything coming up that we can, that you're thinking of, like during those offset months?
Yeah, through the mayor, and not specifically yet, but it's interesting that these events are, in the latter part of September that we've been talking about. Misty City Salsa Festival, drive that fall attendance, bringing New Year's Eve back, funding Winter Festival of Lights, and then back on the business event side, creating some Made in Niagara Falls events to fill need periods. So we're going to be proactive ourselves to take control of those opportunities. But stay tuned. We'll work on some more events for the off-season.
Then we got the FIFA World Cup fan zone, which we got down in Victoria Park, which is amazing. And I know, does anyone know the score right now of the game? Because
in penalty kicks.
One in penalty kicks. So if Italy wins, they play Canada June 12th. So we're hoping that we can get, we know we got a lot of Italian friends down here, so if we can try to get the Italian team down here, if they win tonight, that would be exciting too. So more work to be done. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Great. Dave, you've got a activation zone. I know you mentioned this last time for FIFA.
Yeah, so through the mayor to council, so Niagara Parks has a FIFA fan zone in the front of Queen Victoria Place, so at the foot of Murray Hill and Niagara Parkway. It'll be there from June 11th right to the end of World Cup. So it's about 5 or 6 weeks, every day 11 to 11. So we'll be showing the games, the matches. We will have entertainment in between the matches, and then we have some family activities taking place on the grass area of in front of Queen Victoria Place.
Awesome. Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, David. Great presentation. Looking forward to seeing what's coming out of all the great plans and the marketing initiatives. In terms of the consumer show space that we're entering, what's the long-term strategy? I've had the pleasure of hosting many consumer shows here in the city. I've seen a lot come into the city. I've seen a lot leave the city. Is it to generate revenue? Is it to drive tourism? Is it a little bit of a mix of both in terms of long-term plans? Is it a 3-year event, a 5-year event? Are we looking to attract events that come into the city that drive enough revenue, that generate enough revenue where they become self-sufficient? Or is it to fund these consumer shows year after year to try and drive tourism? I'm just trying to get a handle on what the strategy is, short-term and long-term.
Through the mayor, so I'd welcome some follow-up conversation about that, because I know you know that space very, very well. There's absolutely a role for consumer shows. I think you laid out really well in terms of the options that are there. Could there be some seed funding to start up some events or attract them here to Niagara Falls, and then they could become self-sustaining afterwards? I think the initial feedback I've heard from stakeholders is they don't want to see events funded forever. So in other words, have some type of graduated way to get them off the support, so they should become self-sustaining, and then bring in other new events to keep that cycle going. But there's absolutely a role for consumer shows, and ideally, again, it's in an other need period. And consumer shows done right can generate those overnight stays, good for the brand positioning of Niagara Falls.
Yeah, and I would look to our local promoting talent. We have a lot of locals within the city, within the region, that have been promoting events for a lot of years. Not just myself. There's many promoters in the city. And rather than look to somebody outside of the area, I would recommend that we look local first. Nobody understands Niagara Falls better than our residents and our local promoters. So I'd love to see, funds and ideas and events come in from outside of the city. But I'd love to hone in on our local promoters and our local talent to see what kind of impact they can make within our city. But either way, exciting things to come. Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, and through the mayor, please encourage those promoters to come out to the April 15th as a start. But we'll have other sessions as well if they're unavailable on April the 15th. Interesting, the Misty City, they're local promoters. So they believe in Niagara. They believe in Niagara Falls. They got some more ideas too for Niagara Falls. And they know Niagara Falls.
Thank you. Councillor Carrio, one of our
Thank you,
tourism
Your Worship.
operators.
I mean, I think it was a great idea when we came up with choosing Mr. Adames to
be our representative to look after the mat tax. He's very open-minded. I'm sure that he's going to have an ear to all of the people that he's working with, which I found when I was on the commission with him. He was always open. I know he's in a bit of a pickle this year, being thrown at the last minute for a quick start, but I'm sure that everyone will be happy going forward when they have an opportunity to work with David and see how he does for us. Thanks, David.
Great, thank you very much. Well, folks, yes, Councillor Lococo.
I'm going to take an attempt at this again. What Mr. Parker was asking was if he could bring the BIA budget after the presentation, so up near the delegations. I know we have 3 tonight. He's asking if we can move it up instead of at 13 point whatever it is.
Okay, so if you want to.
Took me a while to understand that, but I'll put a motion forward. I'm sorry.
Motion by Councillor Lococo, second by
Okay, thank
Councillor
you.
Patel, that we bring the BIA budget forward at the conclusion of this. All those in favor? Okay, and I need a motion to receive the presentation from Mr. Dames, Councillor Carrio, Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? That's approved. And David, thank you very much. That was terrific. So, yes, Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any way that we could get the same presentation from our CAO about our portion of the mat tax in open council?
For you, Jay. Yep, we can go to our CAO.
Yeah, we will bring a report back. Most of it has been council approved already, so
Yep.
I think council has spent over $800,000 on bylaw. You moved the bylaw on beautification and additional services there, and to the illumination board and a few other items. The Misty City contract, for continuity purposes, we took that on so that we could secure the acts and move it to a 3-year event. So that would be the other large expenditure. And that was a continuation of, as Mr. Dames said, they started it last year and we picked up the contract for the next 3 years.
Yeah, I just want a presentation just for our residents, for
Yep.
our portion of the mat tax, where it's going, where it's decided going, and just kind of the same presentation, but on our portion.
No problem.
Okay, great. We can do it. Direction of staff. And now is it
Motion, or what does?
direction of staff? So would now be the time to deal with the Lundy's Lane B. What item is that on the agenda, folks? Let's go to 7.2. 7.2? Okay, so we're going to come to that in a moment. So next up, we'll go to 7.2. And let me just call this up here. Give me 1 second, folks. So we've got a resident, Vlad Gusiev, wishes to address council proposing the idea of eliminating the private use of fireworks to enhance public safety. Yeah, if you'd like to come forward, sir. Yeah, and if you could state your address, and then you've got up to 5 minutes, plus
Hey,
questions.
Can you guys hear me?
Pardon
Okay, my name is Vlad Gusiev, and my address is 7780 Butternut Boulevard. All right. Well, thank you for having me here. I stand before you today not as a passive observer, but as a fed-up taxpayer and a resident who has reached a breaking point. Under the Municipal Act of 2001, your primary obligation is to represent the public and to determine which services a municipality provides. Implicit into that duty is the stewardship of the community's safety, quiet, and cleanliness, yet current city policy regarding fireworks suggests that council has forgotten who it serves. Let's look at the numbers and let me paint you the reality in which the city exists today. Niagara Falls currently hosts one of the largest running fireworks series in the world. Between Victoria Day and October, we endure 162 consecutive nights of displays. When you factor in the Winter Festival of Lights, including the 21 specific event nights and nightly displays throughout the new year, we are subjected to nearly 200 nights of fireworks per year. For over 55% of the calendar year, our air is thick with sulfur and our peace is shattered. By authorizing daily displays, the city has fundamentally shifted the local culture. What was once a special event has now been downgraded to a background noise. This constant official presence has created a vacuum of accountability, emboldening individuals to treat our quiet residential streets like unregulated firing ranges. When the city signals that the explosives are a nightly norm, it undermines the very rules intended to protect our neighborhood. This is not a mere inconvenience. It is a persistent state of psychological stress for our veterans and neighbors living in PTSD, or for those in sensory overrepresentativity and hyper-cautious. The celebrations don't sound like tourism, they sound like a war zone. My own dog is now terrified to go outside for half the year, a sentiment shared by countless of pet owners and reflected in the distress of our local wildlife. While these displays are intended to drive tourism, the unintended consequences is normalizing the culture of noise and air pollution that ignores the well-being of the people who actually call this city home. Now let's look at the failure of Diwali exception and an allowance of personal firework use. When the city allowed personal fireworks for holidays like Diwali, it did so under the guise of inclusivity. But inclusivity should not mean the exclusion of public safety. In my neighborhood, we have seen an explosion of unsafe behavior. I have witnessed homeowners launching fireworks directly from their driveways, mere feet from wooden structures and parked cars. I personally found spent fireworks on the firework shells on the roof of my car with visible burnt marks. Furthermore, the lack of enforcement is staggering. People are routinely firing explosives well past the allowed hours. When I have attempted to be a good neighbor by asking people to stop, I have been met with death threats. I have been told in my own neighborhood that I would be killed for simply asking for the law to be followed. This is an environment you have fostered by signaling that certain groups are above the rules of peace and quiet. Councillor, you are treating Niagara Falls taxpayers like a solution to the problems you create. In the last 2 years, you have increased property taxes by 14%, and you tell us that you need to increase these budgets for fire and police services because you are in a shortfall. Every Diwali, I am forced to call police or fire department to handle misuse. You are burning through the very budget you claim is lacking by allowing activities that necessitate emergency responses. Look at the data from our neighbors. Brampton, after years of escalating incidents, Brampton enacted a total ban of personal fireworks in late 2022. Why? Because in 2022 alone, they received over 1,500 firework-related complaints. And might I add, they had multiple houses burned down. Vancouver, BC, since their ban took effect, fire officials noted a marked-down increase in fire-related property damage. Global trends. In many European jurisdictions, many of personal fireworks have led to a 20 to 30% reduction in emergency room visits. In addition to the noise, our public spaces are being trashed. On multiple occasions, I have walked through our trails and playgrounds only to find them littered with chemical-laden cardboard shells and plastic debris. Who pays for this cleanup? The taxpayers do. The city should prioritize a clean and quiet neighborhood instead of trying to perform virtuous behavior in the name of diversity. The conclusion: Canada is already the most inclusive and diverse country on earth. We do not need to prove it by allowing our residential streets to be littered with trash and scorched by explosives. I personally celebrate many holidays, but I do so in a way that doesn't keep my neighbors awake or put their homes at risk. I am urging this council to amend our bylaws, enact a permanent ban on the sale and use of personal fireworks by individuals within city limits. Limit fireworks exclusively to city-authorized professional displays. In designated tourist areas, the city council should leverage our already existing firework display at the falls and drive people to come and enjoy it there. This will not only isolate firework use to an authorized area, but also drive revenue to the businesses around Niagara Falls when people come to enjoy them. Prioritize the safety and quiet of tax-paying residents over the desire to appease special interest groups. And I would like to also add that people that do not uphold the law, they need to be fined, not just given a warning. So let me be clear, there is no viable way to merely limit the personal use of fireworks. The City Council cannot guarantee that private use will be properly regulated, nor can it ensure that those who break the law will be held accountable. As the saying goes, a law without sanction is not a law. You cannot effectively govern a rule which you lack the resources to enforce. It is fundamentally unfair to shift the burden of enforcement onto the victims of the noise. By allowing sale and use, you are forcing residents to act as unpaid investigators, requiring us to identify offenders and coordinate with police, fire, or bylaw departments in the middle of the night. If the city lacks the ability to govern and punish these violations effectively, then the rule itself is an empty gesture. The only responsible administrative action is to address the problem at the source. Residents to act as unpaid investigators, requiring us to identify offenders.
What is that sound? Oh, Okay.
As part of my presentation, I would like to also submit that I have started a petition which have picked up signatures across the city for people that agree that this needs to stop. Also, I have included countless letters that I have personally sent out to you, sir, the mayor, the city, and bylaw officers. I've also included countless pictures of garbage within our trail left by people that celebrate Diwali or other celebrations. And also, I have countless instances where I've been calling the police, the fire department. They all tell me to basically call someone else. I call the police, they tell me to call the fire department. I call the fire department, they come, they give them a warning, and this is already an amount of money spent from your budget to call these people that do nothing, basically. So, please, ban personal use of fireworks within the city limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gusiev. We'll see, I gave you an extra few minutes to finish up your presentation. And I will note to you that you did make mention of your email that was sent to me specifically that wasn't responded to. And I want to let you know I did follow up with our staff, and your emails from 2023-24 all went to junk at the city.
Okay.
But all of your emails end of 24, 25, and 26 were dealt directly with our bylaw. And I know we've got one of our bylaw team members in here and our manager of bylaw as well to hear your presentation. And now I open the floor to council. I don't know if anybody has any questions from Mr. Gusiev, and if not, then I'll need a motion to receive his presentation. Councillor Strange?
Mr. What is the current bylaw on fireworks for property owners right now?
Mr. Gallagher, are you able to answer that?
I'm going to let Ms. Mills go ahead and speak to that.
Okay, great, thank you. What's that? Yeah, there's one microphone. Sorry about that.
So we allow fireworks 3 days prior to...
Can you bend that mic down a little bit toward us? Sorry, guys. It's hard to hear.
We allow fireworks 3 days prior to Victoria Day, Canada Day. Sorry, I'm just going through the bylaw right now. There is safety aspects along with it as well. Victoria Day, Canada Day, and Diwali was included.
And Diwali was included?
Also the Chinese New Year's.
As well as Chinese New Year's, yes.
And Chinese New Year?
Yes.
And did we not make a change to the Diwali fireworks or no?
We amended it last year.
We amended it, yeah, the times, I think. Is that right? I think our...
No person shall discharge except between 6 p.m. till 11 p.m.
With all due respect, Diwali fell on a weekday period during the last year, which meant that every day up until 12 a.m., my family was woken up during the weekday when I have to go and wake up for work the next day. This is unacceptable. People are firing fireworks from their driveways. Also, it is unacceptable to think that you can regulate the use of fireworks. The whole nature of using fireworks is that you go, set them off, and you're done. By the time that anyone sees them or is able to navigate to where you live, you're gone. You have no responsibility, you have no accountability. And this just all shows you that this needs to stop. You guys need to ban them.
Our CAO, I'm going to get to comment, and then I'll come to you guys.
Yep.
Yeah, a complete ban, you'd be in the exact same position. Someone can go acquire fireworks and light them off. At the end of the day, it is an issue of public safety, and we try our best with those efforts. But you can't regulate stupidity, and you can't enforce stupidity.
But you also don't have fines.
Well,
so you have rules which aren't met with consequences.
Well, let our CAO finish. He's got the floor now.
Yeah. So the bylaw requires safe use of the fireworks, and so if we discover that it's unsafe use of the fireworks, then that's how it is. But an outright ban, you'd be in the exact same position. Just to be clear, you can ban whatever, but people can break whatever rules that they want to break.
So I've got some counselors that have some comments or questions, so Counselor Strange, and then I'm sorry,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did receive a lot of emails and a couple of phone calls from the Diwali, because it was going on all night, I think a few different nights, and it's all around that Lundy's Lane. I think there was some big, huge party, Lundy's Lane.
Niagara South.
Yeah, Niagara South, yeah, exactly, right in that area. So I did
Terrible.
receive a good friend of mine phone. He was going insane because he couldn't sleep all night. So maybe we can look at something, you know, whether it's one night or during certain times, because you can't have it all night when people got to work during the week as well.
come to our CEO.
Yeah, I think, you know, if those incidents are reported, what we can do is we can work with some of the groups with Delali and stress safe use of it. We don't have those instances on Victoria Day and some of the other days because there's been, longstanding practice on that. So, I think education is always a good thing. Maybe we'll take that away to undertake some education for the safe usage of it. It was just amended into our bylaw this year, but whether we put it in the bylaw or not, the use of the fireworks we're still going. Brampton had a ban on it, but you can go back to the CFT or CTV news updates of them lighting them off in parking lots and that kind of stuff. So a ban doesn't necessarily stop the behavior. I think education stops the behavior, and maybe getting some of the cultural groups to undertake joint sessions where the community can get together and support it that way.
What about consequences?
Well, if we order a report, that'll be part of what we're going to come up with. Councillor Patel, and then Lakoko.
Mr. Mayor, I know our fire prevention officer, he's working on some options, and he'll be bringing the report back. I'm not sure if Fire Chief wants to add something to it, but I know report is coming back to council on a different options, what we can do to alleviate this problem that we had last year and last couple of years.
So maybe I'll start with the chief. We'll go to our manager bylaw, and so it looks like council may be asking for a report and how we could make sure that there's some penalties for people who break the rules. So maybe we'll start with our chief, and then I'm going to go to our bylaw manager.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. So staff have already started preparing some recommendations in a report back to council, just some options to consider. Obviously with the delegation here, we'll take those comments under consideration as well and see how we can strengthen the bylaw. And we'll let council review those recommendations and the changes that we've come up with. We'll also work with bylaw enforcement here and to make sure that we capture both scenarios and some of the challenges that they faced, and including ourselves, and then council can review them and act on it.
Thank you, Chief. And then we'll go to our manager bylaw, Mr. Gallagher.
Just supporting Chief Zambito's comments there. We can work with the fire department. We do have actionable actions that we can take under Part 1 and Part 3 summonses to appear in court, but right now it's not covered under our ampages, so we would probably look to that.
Thank you for that, and 35 years in Niagara Parks Police. So I've got Councillor Lakoko, then Carrio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of people don't bother reporting it anymore because it's so quick, as the speaker said. They fire them off and then they're gone, so we don't even know the numbers. And my experience has been, for when people did report it, nothing happened. So people just stop after a while if there's no consequences or if it's not stopping, so that's part of our challenge. Other municipalities, and I hope that the report will also talk about what they're doing, and not just what they did, but what the results were, because some municipalities were banning the sale of them, some were banning the personal use of firing them off. Once they did that, did they see a change in behavior? The other ones, it surprised me when our bylaw officer Mills said that it was 3 days prior to Victoria Day, Canada Day. I knew Diwali was prior, but I didn't know that Canada Day and Victoria Day were prior. I just thought it was the day. I don't recall fireworks prior to Canada Day or prior to Chinese New Year. It just seems that these last 2 years we've really gotten a lot of phone calls, and I don't know what the right answer is, but I think it's a balance between education, it's a balance between working with different groups to let them know what our expectations are, having enforcement, and having repercussions that if you don't follow it. Sure, we have it up till 11 p.m. I know myself this last go around, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, there were fireworks all around my house. And it wakes you up, it wakes your pets up, it wakes your kids up, you can't go to work. It's a very costly and a personal cost and financial for some people as well. So I think we need to look at something. We can't just have bylaws to have them, we need to enforce them. But if we have none, then what? So I think we have to achieve a good balance.
Thank you for that. Councillor Carrier?
Thank you, Worship. I think the fireworks is authority issue. I've had a lot of complaints about it. I think it's time to review the bylaw. It's a good time for us to review it. In other things, shooting ranges, nothing can leave the property. If you go to shoot for target shooting or whatever, the rule is nothing can leave their property. So in this case, this gentleman says some of the things leave his property, leave the people's property. So maybe that can be looked at as well. Whatever you do on your property should not be able to leave your property. The other thing is, now that we have the Parks Commission looking at the different things, maybe it's time we could look at something else to augment fireworks, or sometime come up with something better that we maybe didn't have the money for before. I know we looked at some other things in the park years ago, but they're very expensive. Drone shows and different things. Maybe we could look at some other things as well, and that there's some money to do something different. Fireworks is good, but it's getting a little tiring. If we could come up with some other new things and be on the leading edge of some other things, I think that we'd be the leaders, not the followers in other things for our city. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think we've had some good debate and discussion. Maybe you look for a motion to ask staff to come back with an update on our fireworks bylaw. Motion by Councillor Coco, second by Councillor Newestag, and we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's great. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time. Okay, now, what item is the Lundy's Lane BIA budget? Is that next now, Mr. Clerk? Or Victoria, I'm sorry. Victoria. Sorry, Victoria.
13.3.
13.3. What's that? Yeah, right. 13.3. So, it was just a okay. Yeah. Is there any questions to the Victoria Avenue BIA budget? Seeing none, motion to approve it. Motion by Councillor Coco, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. No questions. Thank you very much. Hey, feel free to hang out. You can hang out with us. A lot of exciting things. All right, thank you, everybody. And next up is we change the agenda. So we've got Councillor Patel. So what item is Councillor Patel's motion?
So the motion was made earlier to move up item 15.1, which was the motion submitted by Councillor Patel regarding human trafficking prevention. And I believe that once the councillor is finished with that motion, that we do have some people in the gallery that want to make presentations or delegations to that. So it would be appropriate to get a motion of council once Councillor Patel is finished to accept those delegations.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, the floor is yours, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please bear with me. I have prepared a little speech, so it might go longer. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to start by thanking everybody in the gallery who's here to speak and to support this initiative, and also everybody who puts time and effort into this important cause to keep our community safe. So thank you to everybody who's here for that purpose. And I'm proud to bring this motion forward on community safety and human trafficking prevention in Niagara Falls. This is not theoretical. It is happening here in our region. According to Niagara Region Police, the number of identified victims and survivors of human trafficking in Niagara increased by 700% from 2023 to 2024. That number alone tells us why we need to be proactive. This is an issue that has been on my mind since my discussions with Crime Stoppers in 2024. While I was discussing with their chair then, with Ernie, about their partnership with Niagara Park Commission on human trafficking awareness and prevention campaign. I believe Mr. Gallagher was at the Niagara Parks at that time, so I'm sure he probably knows about that. In preparing this motion, I worked closely with Niagara Regional Police through discussions discussions with Deputy Chief and a Sergeant from Human Trafficking Unit, and I want to thank them for their time and leadership on this matter. And I also want to recognize our General Manager of Municipal Bylaw, Mr. Gallagher, for his continued leadership and valuable experience he brings through his work with Niagara Park Commission to our city. As council knows, I have always taken the safety and security of our community very seriously, so does our council too. That was reflected in my position during our short-term rental discussion when I raised concerns and was against owner-occupied short-term rentals because of the impact on neighborhood and community safety. This is also reflected in my continued calls to both provincial and federal governments for stronger sentencing, bail reform, and tougher measures to protect our community, our families, and especially our children. With FIFA 2026 expected to bring significant visitor spillover to Niagara Falls, now is exactly the time to act. Human trafficking can take different forms, including sexual exploitation and labor exploitation. It often involves people being coerced, controlled, afraid, and abused. Many victims are too scared to come forward. By putting this issue at the forefront, we are sending a clear message that our community sees this, takes it seriously, and is here to support those who may need help. If this helps even one person come forward, seek support, or help someone in need, then we are making a meaningful difference. If we can recognize the signs, we can protect lives. With that, Mr. Mayor, I would like to formally move the motion as circulated, and I believe everybody has a copy of the motion.
Now, Mr. Clerk, would we read this motion, or is that not necessary?
It might be appropriate just to read the now therefore.
Okay. I will have to find it.
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please, if you could.
Okay.
Thank you.
Therefore, be it resolved that staff report back to council on options to require human trafficking prevention training for all licensed short-term rental operators, including both owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied accommodations, including Airbnb operators, as a condition of licensing or license renewal within the city. And be it further resolved that staff report back to council on implementing human trafficking awareness training for the city bylaw and parking enforcement staff delivered in partnership with the Niagara Regional Police Service and any other relevant agencies and made available to any city employee who wishes to participate. And be it resolved further that staff engage with local business improvement areas, BIAs, including those represented tourism-focused areas to promote access to human trafficking awareness training and prevention resources, and that staff report back to council on the City of Niagara Falls becoming a signatory to the Code of Conduct for Human Trafficking Prevention in Niagara, including the requirements and implications of participation, and lastly, that a copy of this resolution be circulated to the Niagara region, all Niagara regional municipalities, and the province of Ontario, including the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Solicitor General, for their consideration and information. Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
I will second the motion, but I'm wondering if we can listen to our speakers, because maybe what they say, maybe there'll be some friendly adjustments. Could we listen to them before we approve the motion?
Well, it's up to the mover, how she wants to handle it. So she's open to that?
That's
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Hang on, our CEO wants to talk to her clerk about something. I think they're talking about the soccer game. I think that's, no, okay. Italy lost, by the way. Yeah. You're second, you're not gonna second, or you're gonna second it?
I'll second it, but I think it would be good that we
Great.
actually hear the presentation.
No, do we need, no, to have a motion, clerk, to bring delegates forward? Can we do it, or we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, in this case, I think it would be allowed, because what we're doing is we're waiving the procedural bylaw to be, as it stands anyway. But I just want to be clear, and maybe if Councillor Lococo is going to make this motion to bring forward the delegations, that you just state exactly who they are. I believe it's the Tools of Empowerment for Success. Is that correct? Is one of them? Or
Correct.
It's also known as TOES. that Crime Stoppers be afforded the opportunity to speak. That would be Mr. Mike Britton, and then also Regional Councillor Morocco.
I think Councillor Morocco said she wouldn't speak, that Dave Augustine would speak instead.
Oh, Dave Augustine.
Okay, so if we're clear on that's who the three delegations are, I think it'd be appropriate for the councillor to make that a motion and get a seconder, have that passed.
Great, thank you.
So moved by Councillor Lococo. You have a question?
So I just have a question. Usually when we deal with the motion and when we have first and seconder, isn't it open floor to anybody who wants to comment? That's just my question.
Mr. Clerk?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then I don't think we need a motion then. I think everybody can speak to it, right?
Well, when you say everyone, that would be around this horseshoe, not from the gallery.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just suggesting that we get another motion to allow the delegations.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Patel, that the aforementioned people be allowed to speak. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. And also I do want to acknowledge former City Councillor St. Catharines, Mike Britton, here with Crime Stoppers as well. No, I got him earlier, the former Mayor Augustine. Yeah. Okay, so who's coming up first? Former Mayor Augustine, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak and to speak to this motion that's well developed. So thank you so much. I'm joined today by Vice Chair of the Code of Conduct to prevent human trafficking in the Niagara Peninsula, and that's Councillor Joyce Morocco. Also, the Executive Director of TOES Niagara, who's also the Chair of the Niagara Regional Police Board, and that is Narai Kamsavahu. We also have Elizabeth Zimmerman, who is was on the initial steering committee for some of the work that we did to develop this. I'm Dave Augustine. I'm the policy consultant on this project, and we're just thrilled to be here. We did have a presentation that maybe we can have the clerk circulate to council later. We don't need it right now. We'll go into it. TOES Niagara and Brock University received some funding to develop a code of conduct to prevent human trafficking in the Niagara Peninsula. It was recognized, and Councillor Morocco has been working on this for a long time, and as have many others, that Niagara, unfortunately, it's a persistent challenge, human trafficking in the Niagara Peninsula. And it's an issue because of our proximity to the United States. It's an issue because of so many tourists coming to the Niagara Peninsula and enjoying our area, and unfortunately folks come here and they decide that it's a place where they can traffic humans, both for labor and for sexual exploitation. And when we come up with things like the FIFA that's coming up, that's being mentioned, that's another time when there's so much activity, and kudos to the Parks Commission for having that in the park, but that creates additional activity, and that breeds that kind of thing. And so what happens when it comes to human trafficking is that it breeds on secrecy. And so what this movement is doing, and certainly Council's motion this evening and Council's prior motion in January that said that TOES Niagara should make a presentation, allows that to come to light. And so we've heard some of the statistics, and they are shocking. That will be in the presentation that will be circulated to you. One of the key elements on this is reputational harm. If something comes forward during FIFA, heaven forbid, during another event here in the city, in the region, and it shines a negative light on all the wonderful activities that are happening here, and people might say, geez, I don't know, this is what I heard about Niagara Falls, or this is what I heard about the Niagara Peninsula. And so this approach that we're taking is a zero tolerance approach to human trafficking. And what it essentially is we developed a steering committee, and it's a collective effort where we got together with tourism, the police, municipalities, and others, social service agencies, etc., to get together to develop essentially a code. And we ask people, and the motion has this, and we appreciate this, that people become signatories to this code. What does that mean? It means that first of all, you say we will be a zero trafficking, zero tolerance for human trafficking. Second, that we will educate as many people as possible within our organization, and we've worked together with Brock University to develop online tools
where all of our staff, all of your staff can be trained what to look for. And so that's kind of like the WMIS, where everybody learns what's going on with WMIS, but then there would be specific, there are specific areas in which somebody working at a valet, or somebody cleaning a room, or a bylaw officer, or a firefighter, there's additional training for those individuals to say, these are the things that you can look for specifically within your job and your role. And that is also available through Brock University. Because of this grant, that training is free, and it's available to all signatories. We also encourage the safe reporting of trafficking. So if a staff person with the city, let's say somebody in the library sees something, well, we want to make sure that they know what to do and how to report it, or a bylaw officer, how to report it, or even eventually we want to get it that a member of the public might know what to do. It's similar to the idea of a bag at an airport, where we see a bag that's sitting there in the airport, and I know what to do. I'm not thinking about it, but I see the bag, I'm going to talk to somebody with a badge. Well, that may well happen. Some of your bylaw officers in the city or peace officers in the parks might get alerted to somebody saying, I think there's something odd going on here. I got to go, with my family over here, but I'd like to alert you to this. So we want to make sure that everybody's trained to do that, and the code of conduct allows you to do that. There's also I'm cognizant, thank you. There's also an overarching steering committee, so that as you develop new ways of dealing this, or the traffickers come up with new ideas in which they're trafficking, that can be shared. And so we're kind of combating them as part of that collective effort. So one of the things that happened often when it came to trafficking is that a trafficker would show up at a front desk with all of the ID of the person they're trafficking, and you kind of cause questions and say, why doesn't this young individual have their ID? Now what they're doing is they're changing tactics and giving the ID of the person, the trafficker, to the young individual, to the victim, and they're kind of changing it. So we have to make sure that if they're changing their tactics, that we're also changing our tactics. And that's what the steering committee will oversee as those tactics changed. So essentially the opportunity that's there to sign the code is enhanced reputation and community safety leaders, access to free training, as I mentioned, from TOES Niagara and Brock University, accreditation as well, so those individuals with the city that would take the training get a code that they can put on their LinkedIn, et cetera, that they took the training, and strengthening partnerships across sectors. Many other municipalities have become signatories and endorsed the code. The region, you'll recall, Mr. Mayor, received a presentation back in June talking about this, and they have endorsed the code and are looking to become signatories. And we're thrilled that City Council is making positive efforts on this and wanting to ensure that there's a zero tolerance for human trafficking in the city and in the Niagara Peninsula. So we encourage you to approve this motion and to work together with TOES Niagara and Brock University to become signatories, to train your staff, and so that we do have that zero tolerance for trafficking in the Niagara Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, questions, Councillor Newestang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation, and also to Councillor Patel for bringing this motion forward. It is definitely a very serious issue. We've been hearing about it. We see the consequences. We hear the horrid things. And also, from a tourism standpoint, it's one of the last things we want, reputational, that people don't feel safe because they need to. So I hear of all this preventative and awareness and education that you're doing, and kudos to everyone. But what happens to these people who get caught? I don't know the criminal code to them, but is there enough effort in fighting that is challenging the judicial system to say, if anybody's caught doing this, that their punishment is extremely severe? I don't know what the punishment is, so I'm just asking you, and whether we should be lobbying the federal government more and the justice system to make sure that these people are adequately punished.
Thank you very much for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly the first thing that's on the mind of those that have put this together is obviously the survivor, right? And making sure that there are supports for the survivor, and that's why we're thrilled that
The YWCA, for instance, has supports for survivors and other organizations, victim services, etc. The police have a specific unit to deal with human trafficking, and when there's ever a report of that, that unit is called. The next step, I guess, is the judiciary, right? And our focus, I think the focus of the steering committee, the new steering committee that would be formed, could be to lobby and to say these are the changes that are needed to do that. The way we've approached it is we want to get everybody educated. As we heard earlier from the CAO on another matter, education is so important, and that will help this process and advance it so that we do have that zero tolerance. The councillor is absolutely correct. Zero tolerance does include sort of strict penalties for this as well, and I think that's something that the steering committee can look to. Hope that answers your question, councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the good work you're doing.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Augustine. I guess we have our next speaker coming up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mike Britton. Mike Britton from Crime Stoppers. Welcome. Locked and loaded.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For those who don't know me, my name is Mike Britton, and I am the Executive Director of Crime Stoppers of Niagara. I'm here today to speak in support of Councillor Patel's motion regarding human trafficking. This is a serious issue, and as Niagara Falls is one of the largest tourist destinations in the world, you have a great opportunity to help curb that and educate here and prevent it. This is exactly the kind of proactive leadership we need will not just stop crime, but prevent it before it happens. So before I continue, I always just like to do a quick synopsis of what Crime Stoppers is. So Crime Stoppers of Niagara is a community-based charity. We're not the police, but we do work closely with them, and we're focused on public safety, awareness, and prevention. Most people know us from our anonymous tip line, where individuals can report information on a crime, and if their tip leads to an arrest, they get a cash reward. In recent years, we've expanded into crime prevention. So first, we partner with the Alzheimer's Society of Niagara, and we do the scam alerts where we'll go into seniors' homes and give Be Aware, Take Care presentations. And more recently, with funding from the Niagara region, for the last 2 years, we ran an anti-human trafficking initiative. And that has become a major priority for our organization. And that's why we're here today, to support this motion and offer ourselves as a collaborative partner with all of you. So human trafficking, and we heard some of these statistics already, is certainly happening here in Niagara. Niagara's geography with highways, borders, crossings, and tourism unfortunately make it very attractive to traffickers. Human trafficking is often called a crime of movement, and Niagara sits at the crossroads. That's why awareness and prevention and training are so important. Niagara's human trafficking rate is more than double the national average. So, over the past 2 years, Crime Stoppers of Niagara has led a human trafficking awareness strategy funded by Public Safety Canada through the region of Niagara. This initiative focused on increasing awareness across Niagara through digital outreach, community partnerships, and public messaging. The goal was simple: make the invisible visible and give people the tools to report and recognize trafficking. We were especially grateful to all of you at the City of St. Catharines for the digital signage you'll see at Fireman's Park and Dorchester Road, who you were able to give us those community signage locations. And we appreciate that because that gets out to tens of thousands of not just residents but also visitors to our area. So thank you for your partnership on that. In addition to those digital signs, there were many other aspects to the 2-year initiative, from a new website created to be a centralized hub for human trafficking stats and resources in Niagara. We did awareness posters at Niagara College, Brock University, and Niagara Parks locations. A province-wide initiative with other Crime Stoppers that got national attention. We do brochures now going into DSBN, Niagara Catholic schools in partnership with the Niagara Sexual Assault Center. We did radio ads, traditional media articles, and you can see at the bottom there, you might have seen them around the city. We're doing bus ads that are currently running around St. Catharines and Niagara Falls, and we've got a bus shelter as well with that graphic on Victoria Avenue. So take a look for that. These are just a few of the things we did to make sure thousands of eyes are becoming aware of this issue. But one of the specific things I want to talk about Is anyone able to make it go forward?
I can, yeah. Did the clicker die?
Yes, I think so. Oh, there we are. Okay, thank you. So one of the specific things we did as part of this campaign is the Crime Stoppers of Niagara became an official partner for hashtag Not In My City. Not In My City is a national awareness training initiative that equips frontline workers and public to recognize and help prevent human trafficking. The idea behind giving out this free training is that we are creating more trained eyes, more informed instincts, and more people who know how to safely report concerns. Their yellow rose symbol, which I'm wearing today, represents hope and resilience for survivors and a shared commitment to ending human trafficking in our communities. We launched this partnership at the Niagara District Airport, and you can see Councillor Patel is there in her role as a commissioner. And she's always been a great supporter and ally of Crime Stoppers and leading the charge against human trafficking in our region. So a bit more about why Not In My City, or why Not In My City offers. So they're free training. Anyone right now could scan that QR code. If you're watching online, you could scan that QR code, and you can do that training right now. It was developed with law enforcement, the RCMP, and some other law enforcement agencies. And it's short, practical modules. They take about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, and afterwards there's a certification that you get. They also have sector-specific resources, so they have some for hospitality, they have some for airports, some for healthcare, schools, and of course the general public can do this as well. The more eyes, the better. And this makes it ideal for Niagara Falls and all municipalities who are trying to get the word out there on this. So all the awareness we have done is important, and the work that we're doing is important, but it needs to connect to action. And this is why this training and this motion is so important. First, people have to know that this is happening in our community. Then once they know, they need to know what signs to look for. And then once they know about the signs, they need to know what to do with those signs and where to take it. Unfortunately, human trafficking is something that thrives in the shadows. Through fear, manipulation, and control, victims are often too terrified or unable to reach out for help. But neighbors, co-workers, and city staff, of course, see things. They notice something that doesn't feel right, and many of them want to speak up but are scared of the consequences. And yet this information that they have could be the missing piece that stops violence, disrupts exploitation, and saves someone's life. Our anonymous tip line at Crime Stoppers, it removes that fear. It is especially powerful in the fight against human trafficking. It gives people a safe way to share what they know without risk, without exposure, and without anyone knowing who they are. In a crime where silence protects the trafficker, anonymity gives a voice back to the community. And that's why motions like this and partnerships like this are so deeply important. So motions like these, giving more trained eyes out there, can help spot the signs, and it really sends a strong message out to Niagara is paying attention, Niagara is watching, and Niagara will not allow exploitation to happen unnoticed. This training, if implemented, could lead to a tip that could be the first step to somebody's freedom. And that's why Crime Stoppers of Niagara supports this motion. It supports awareness, it supports training, it encourages collaboration, and we at Crime Stoppers would be pleased to collaborate and be a partner with that. We are grateful to Councillor Patel for bringing this forward, and by supporting this motion, Niagara Falls is becoming a leader in, and is proactive step towards protecting vulnerable citizens. Together, we are building a network that can keep Niagara safe. So Crime Stoppers is here to help. That's really the thrust of this, this presentation. Thank you for your time and leadership on this issue, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Do we have any questions of council for Councillor Baldinelli?
Thank you. That was a great presentation. Really opened my eyes to it. I just want to know specifically, over how many years has this grown for someone like me who's not totally aware? I'm aware of it, but not.
Crime Stoppers or human trafficking? Sorry, just what?
The human trafficking problem.
Oh, yeah, that's really, we saw the article I showed up there, a 700% increase in the 2025. That was the one that was reported in CBC. What we've been seeing now is more reporting of it. It's really hard to tell how much it's been going on before that because unfortunately it's not reported as much. So to get really true statistics, I don't think I could speak on that. It's certainly been happening. I mean, this is modern day slavery, and slavery's been happening since the beginning of time. So I don't know the numbers, but it's certainly been an ongoing issue.
So the issue obviously around this area, you said, is because of the location. So you're aware that it's increased 700% in this area?
Yes, yeah, that was a Niagara statistic.
And we don't have kind of like a feel for how long it's taken to get to us? Like, it's probably been around since 2000, 2010?
Sure,
2015 and up?
Yes.
I know it's unreported, but just to get a grasp around so people understand how big it is and the training, how important it is, just like you said about the bag is, I mean, it was just, it's very, very good, but very good report, and thank you for bringing it to us, and thank you, Mona, for putting that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, I thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Do we have any other presenters, or that's all of them? Okay, so I guess now we've got the motion, seconded by Councillor Lococo. And did you want to speak to it, Councillor Patel?
I just want to ask our General Manager of Bylaw if he has anything to add to, because I know he has extensive training and he's involved in lots of agencies that do support safe communities, and he has experience with Niagara Parks Commission too. So I would like to see if he wants to add something.
Sure, Mr. Gallagher.
Through you, Mayor. So in my previous experience, we've seen a heightened concern to human trafficking, especially for awareness for frontline officers over the last 10 to 15 years. I don't think it was really brought to the attention to the Niagara area until the early 2010s, 2012s, Councillor Baldinelli, and then probably heightened close to 2014 and 15. The growth is substantial. The corridor between Niagara Falls and Montreal is increased substantially, especially in the GTA area. It's a heightened concern. I know, being a part of the CPSA committee, so the Casino Police Security Alliance, we have had speakers before in the past, similar to what we're going to be doing in May. But that growing concern just continues to be heightened in the Niagara corridor. We've seen it expand from hotels now into VRUs, which we're all aware of, and I support Dave and Mike and their growth and how they're trying to educate and get that message out, because I think that that's the best way that we can combat this together, both from the standpoint of making the citizens in Niagara Falls, but more importantly, those hotels, those VRU owners, just having that information can be very beneficial. So.
Thank you. All right, well, if there's no further discussion, you've seen the motion, I've read it. It's moved by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Lococo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. So thank you to everybody that were here. Appreciate you being here. Feel free, you can hang around. No pressure, but look, you guys. All right, so now we're going to go get Councillor Pietrangelo to come back in. And we're going to move on to our planning portion of our agenda. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you. All right, I would now ask our city clerk to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit 51 purpose-built rental stacked townhouse dwelling units across 3 blocks on the lands known municipally as 7525 Garner Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March 3rd, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to call on Mackenzie CC, our Senior Planner of Current Development, to provide an overview of this report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, area residents, and staff. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2025-028 for 7525 Garner Road. The subject lands are approximately 0.81 hectares in size and are located on the west side of Garner Road between McLeod Road and Warren Woods Avenue. The lands currently contain a detached dwelling and accessory structures. Approximately 0.24 hectares of the western portion of the lands are impacted by natural heritage features, including Thompson Creek Provincially Significant Wetland Complex, significant woodland, and deer wintering area. Surrounding land uses include a detached dwelling, Emily Neighborhood Park, Niagara stone fixtures, and detached and townhouse dwellings in the Forest View subdivision. To the south are detached dwellings, provincially significant wetland, hydro corridor, and land zoned light industrial zone. To the east is Garter Road and detached dwellings and townhouse dwellings forming part of Warren Woods subdivision. And to the west is provincially significant wetlands, Thompson Creek, and vacant land zone light industrial zone. The lands are located within walking distance to Emily Neighborhood Park, Warren Woods Park, and a bus stop. A total of 7 industrial facilities are located within 1,000 meters of the subject lands, including 5 Class 1 facilities, 1 Class 2 facility, and 1 Class 3 facility, being SciTech Canada, Inc. The subject lands are designated residential low density in part and environmental protection area in part in accordance with the Garner South Secondary Plan. And an official plan amendment is proposed to redesignate a portion of the lands that are currently designated residential low density to environmental protection area for the purpose of accommodating a setback and buffer from the adjacent natural heritage features, thus increasing the amount of land that is designated for environmental protection purposes. The remainder of the lands designated residential low density are proposed to be redesignated to residential medium density with a maximum density of 92 units per hectare, and that's required to facilitate the 51 stacked townhouse dwelling units. The lands are zoned currently development holding zone in accordance with zoning bylaw number 79-200. Staff note that the current zoning of the subject lands is not reflective of the natural heritage features or their setbacks or buffers. A zoning bylaw amendment application is proposed to rezone the lands to a site-specific residential apartment 5B density zone in part and environmental protection area zone in part, again, to match the designation that's proposed that would encompass the natural heritage features in their setback and buffer. Site-specific zoning relief is being sought to reduce the minimum lot area per dwelling unit, minimum front yard depth, minimum interior side yard width, minimum landscaped open space area, and minimum parking space requirements, as well as to increase the maximum building height and maximum lot coverage requirements, and to permit the projection of covered porches and balconies into the required front yard. Staff are also recommending that the amending bylaw includes a holding provision to ensure that a letter from the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism acknowledging entry of the Stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment into the Ontario Public Register of Archaeological Reports is submitted to the satisfaction of the city. And additionally, staff are recommending the inclusion of a 3-year sunset clause. This slide shows the proposed site plan for the development. The applicant, as mentioned, is proposing the development of 51 2-bedroom purpose-built rental stacked townhouse dwelling units across 3 blocks. So there's a block fronting Garner Road and then 2 blocks behind. 5 or 6 of the proposed units will be offered at a rental rate of $1,395 or less, which would be affordable to low to moderate income households. This slide shows a conceptual elevation of the proposed stacked townhouse dwellings. And this elevation in particular is fronting and visible from Garner Road. A public open house was held on January 21st, 2026, and notice of the open house was mailed on January 7th, 2026 to all 67 property owners located within 120 meters of the subject lands. The open house was attended by 4 members of the public, and concerns were raised with respect to drainage impacts, the suitability of the proposed density, the potential for future changes to the proposed development, as well as privacy fencing. So with respect to drainage, staff note that stormwater runoff generated by the proposed development is required to be managed on site and shall not be conveyed onto adjacent lands. A detailed review of the grading and the stormwater runoff will undergo review at the future site plan control stage. With respect to the suitability of the proposed density, staff are of the opinion that the proposed density of 92 units per hectare is appropriate based on the assessment against provincial, regional, and city policies, the surrounding context, and the submitted materials and study work. Regarding the potential for future changes to the development concept that's been presented today, staff note that the applicant has confirmed that they do not intend on changing their proposed development. And it's important to also note that the site-specific zoning relief that's being requested has been tailored to accommodate what's being proposed today. Lastly, regarding fencing, staff note that the applicant will be required to construct privacy fencing along the north and south property lines, which abut the existing residential uses. While the city's standard privacy fence height requirement is 1.8 meters, staff confirmed that a maximum height of 2.5 meters is permitted, save and except in the front yard, where only a meter is permitted. That's due to sightline issues. The adjacent property owners, specifically to the south, requested for a higher privacy fence, and that's certainly something that staff can review at the time of the site plan control application. Following circulation of the application, details to the 7 industrial facilities that are located within 1,000 meters of the subject lands, written comments were received from 2 of the 7 facilities, namely SciTech Canada Inc. and Walker Construction. Walker Construction requested the inclusion of a Type A warning clause in all future agreements of purchase and sale and lease, which is consistent with what's being recommended in the submitted land use compatibility report. SciTech Canada stated that their preference would be for the lands to remain as low density. However, they do request that the lands maintain a maximum building height of 12.2 meters in the zoning bylaw, which is consistent with what the applicant is requesting today, and as well as they are in support of the increased buffer that's being proposed to the wetland complex. So in summary, staff recommend approval of the official plan amendment as the proposed development conforms with provincial, regional, and city policies. It'll have minimal impact on the adjacent natural heritage features, given the proposed 20-meter buffer that has been supported by the study work being submitted. The proposed development will exceed the designated greenfield minimum density target. The supporting studies and materials submitted demonstrate that the proposed scale and form is appropriate. The proposed zoning and site-specific amendments are appropriate for the area and will result in the efficient use of the land in a compact built form. And the development will adequately address the concerns raised by members of the public. In summary, staff recommend approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, as well as the inclusion of a holding provision in the amending bylaw and the inclusion of a 3-year sunset clause. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of council? Councillor Patel, then Lococo, and then Newesteg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mackenzie. You said, in the report it says the affordable units, 10% of the units are affordable. And how do we have mechanism in the place that we can continue monitoring that their units stay affordable?
Through you to the councillor. So in order to receive their DC exemption, my understanding is that they'd have to enter into an agreement with the city. So that would be something that we'd be monitoring for a certain period of time for those particular units.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, actually, while we were reading the report, you mentioned archaeological study. That we don't hear that often in other applications. What's different here?
Through you to the councillor. So it is often a requirement for developments. We do see it fairly often. It depends where they're located in the city, what the prior uses were, but it's based on the region's archaeological master plan, so it's really site dependent. In this case, likely due to the proximity of the provincially significant wetland, it would have been flagged at the time when the region was doing their assessment. So it is quite a common requirement that we see, and in this case, they didn't find any archaeological resources. They went through their assessment, and they're just waiting on, at this point, a response from the ministry for their clearance letter.
Okay, thank you. And one last question is, there is a significant wetland, and there is a 20-meter buffer that's proposed. So how do we maintain that buffer? Is there a periodical check that makes sure that nobody is using that land, and how does that work? How do we protect the buffer?
Through you to the councillor, so the environmental impact study that was prepared did recommend that a wood fence be provided there to ensure that there's limited encroachments from the adjacent landowners that will be living there. It's also going to have that zoning and designation for the long-term protection of that site. And as well, they'll be going in as part of the site plan process. They'll be required to do a buffer enhancement program where they'll be planting more trees. They're going to be doing native seed mixing, things of that nature to actually improve it, because there is quite a bit of debris and refuse in the area. So it'll actually be an overall enhancement of the buffer there. So it'll be likely a net benefit over time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to the speaker. Thank you, Ms. Mackenzie. A couple of questions. So this is outside of the 2-kilometer arc, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. And it says in the report that SciTech owns Thompson Creek. I've never seen notation about the ownership of SciTech owning Thompson Creek. Is that normal?
Through you to the councillor, it could be that maybe where some of the outlets are, maybe it's on their property, and that's maybe what they're referring to, is perhaps it's probably a significant portions on some of the lands that they own to the west. So that's my understanding when I saw that comment.
Okay, thank you. You were talking about Walker, and they said that you have the warning clause, but it's not in the summary of recommendations. Are you moving that clause over?
Through you to the councillor, yes. It was noted in, I believe, the noise report, but not specifically in the land use compatibility. So it was captured, and we'll ensure that's included, but it was recommended.
Great. And you also talked that there's going to be 46 trees planted. Will you ensure that they're native trees, native to here?
Through you to the councillor, yes, that's correct. We'll ensure that our environmental consultant and our staff person at the time will review that, and we'll ensure that it's an approved species.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Actually, most of my questions were just asked, particularly the archaeological study, because like Councillor Patel, we don't really see that. And also, just extending on the warning clause being registered on title, does that follow that deed in perpetuity? So it's not just the first person who buys, it continuously stays. So we don't want to have a problem 20 years down the road that all of a sudden we have a resident that says, hey, and we're saying, well, we had it in, but it didn't follow it through. Can we make sure that it is something that is registered, but when it says registered, that it stays continuously on that deed, so there's no future issues?
Through you to the councillor, so it will be included in the actual site plan agreement that's registered on title to the property. So anybody that is renting there could effectively, have access to that agreement. In terms of it actually being included in the agreement of purchase and sale, we'd really only have oversight at the time of the first rental engagement for that property. But again, it would be still tied to it through the site plan, registered site plan agreement on title.
Whatever, through you, Mr. Mayor, whatever we can do to ensure that, so there's no future, it doesn't get watered down as time goes on, that it's there and people understand, so that they're not causing any undue disturbance to the industry.
For sure, we can certainly look to make sure it's clear in the site plan agreement.
And just one last question following up on when we read the letter from SciTech claiming that they own that, and even right now you kind of sounded unaware of that. Is that something we can follow up, because we just don't want someone to make that claim and we accept it and then move forward? So if we can just...
For sure, we can certainly look back into that and see. Like I mentioned, I assume it's probably just due to it being on their property, but we can certainly look at ownership and where it's kind of connecting into the greater system.
Okay, because we don't want to be told in the future we can't do something because they own it because we agreed to it. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. So if we have no more questions, thank you. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered other than the applicant?
No, Your Worship, there was no members of the public that registered.
Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Yes, if you'd like to come forward, you can state your name and your address, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Leslie Lawn, address is 5525 Rexenger Road, Niagara Falls, L2G0S1. I love to see the enhanced buffer on this project because that wetland is very significant, and I think you'll find that especially if we're looking for future trails and connectivity, it will be an ideal maybe spot to put through like a boardwalk type thing for the municipal, for the community to enjoy. Something I would like to suggest, in the design, they have the snow stacking area at the back, directly adjacent to that wetland. And I noticed too in the discussion that the grading was going to be away from the wetland. Is there any way that grading could be taken further to that snow accumulation area? Because usually it's not just snow, you get the salts and the snow melting chemicals that go with it. and you don't want that melting and draining into the wetland. Even though there is an enhanced buffer, it still will percolate downhill. So that's a suggestion for that. And the other thing is, because of its proximity to a wetland and woodland, you're going to have probably a little more wildlife than maybe you would have elsewhere in the city. Is there any way you could enhance because back in that corner section is also where the trash is going to be, like the waste management portion of the property is? Is there any way you can enhance the containment, I guess, because raccoons have very clever fingers. But if there's a way to, I know you can't mandate it, but possibly suggest that maybe enhanced containment to deter wildlife, because we know they can make a mess. So that's, other than that, I really like to see this. I like to see the design. But that enhanced buffer is a really good thing, so.
That's great. We'll bring those questions to the applicant. Will be up next.
Yeah.
And then we can pose those questions.
It was just a suggestion, that's all.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Councillor Carrier.
Yeah, does that surprise you?
Are you busy every other Tuesday?
No, I like to recognize the positive.
Yeah, that's great.
Especially, well, I'm a member of the Environmental Action Committee.
That's great.
And these actions support the pillars of our environmental direction that we want to go.
The only reason I ask is we usually don't get people to come and support what we do.
No, like I said, you got to recognize when it's being done.
Oh, thank you for coming.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, Leslie. Thank you. Okay, council now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Craig Rowe. I'm a senior planner with GSP Group in Hamilton. I was also thrown off. Nice to see some positive feedback on the development. That's a nice change of pace for us, and the resident will be happy to know that I do have some quick feedback I can give on those items that were raised. We don't have a formal presentation this evening. We just thought we'd provide a couple of quick comments, some information to help you make your decision on the applications tonight. So first and foremost, we're in support of staff's recommendation on this application. Ms. Cece's done a great job ushering this through the process in great time, very responsive. You should be very happy about the way that the planning department's handled this and kept everything moving forward for us. We have no concerns with the holding provision. As noted by staff, that archaeological assessment, stage 1 and 2, is done. It's with the ministry. We've actually asked them to expedite it, to hurry it up so we can get moving. We're expecting to hear back sometime in April from the ministry with that. And once we have it, we can pass it along to staff and that holding provision can be lifted. In terms of some of the comments that we got, we were happy to be the guinea pig for the circulation to industrial landowners. That went well. We put together a short letter that explained the application, the nature of it as intended by council, and we did garner a bit of feedback there from SciTech and from Walker. No concerns with any of their comments or requirements. All those things will be handled either in the text of the zoning bylaw amendment, specifically for the height that SciTech was referring to because of their concerns with the phosphine gas. That extra bit of height is actually just for the pitch of the roof to keep it a little bit more residential looking and less flat. It doesn't facilitate an additional story, and everything else would be put on title, and that would be captured in the purchase and sale agreements as well. And any good lawyer that's working with real estate transactions going forward would, of course, be consulting those documents, ensuring that those warning clauses are in there. In terms of just some of the site-specific departures that we've asked for, I know you'll see a bit of a reduction in parking here. This comes to the technical requirements for parking in the municipality. We're proposing 1.18, which is really accurate and doesn't provide a whole lot of wiggle room, but what it requires is 56 parking spaces to be provided on site. In our concept plan that the city has looked at and been reviewing, that we're committed to, there's 60 parking spaces so far. And then we also have another 24 which are considered tandem parking spaces, but they're not considered legal parking spaces. So we actually have 84 on site, which is 1.65 spaces per unit, so well above what the minimum requirement is. So we're confident in making sure that we have adequate parking on site. Plus, we have the transit that's there as well, and a lot of good walkable elements. With regard to the enhanced buffer, so the 20-meter buffer is going to be applied on the edge of the wetland feature. Through site plan, we're going to be required to put a detailed planting plan together, inclusive of native species, seed mix, plants, trees, things that go in there, designed by both a biologist and a landscape architect, and the city will have the ability to review and approve that. Ms. Cece noted a wood-board fence. Typically, it would be a chain link fence, and that ensures that people can not only enjoy the view, but you can see if people are starting to throw stuff over the fence. When it's solid, you can't see behind there, but the typical approach is the chain link, and you would see that around the other side on Forest View Estates along the storm water management pond that we have there. We did flag the snow storage locations to our client, and that will be refined through the site plan process. We agree that should be moved away and captured through the storm sewer system on site, put through the treatment, and then out to the storm sewer in the roadway. The backside of the site will be sloped and graded towards the wetland to maintain water balance. So all the current surface drainage that is occurring going to the wetland feature will be maintained. It'll travel through that buffer and then ultimately on to the wetland feature itself. And finally, with regards to the waste area, we're proposing enclosed either Moloch or earth bin systems. Raccoons can't get into them, so that should provide some security for that to make sure that we don't have any negative impacts both on the neighborhood and on the natural heritage feature. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the applications, but with that, we're very pleased to see that staff is supportive of this and look forward to moving the site plan.
Yeah, very complete. Thank you. You addressed everything. If there's no further questions, then what I'd like to do is end the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. And now look for Councillor Carrio to make the motion, and seconded by Councillor Patel. Sorry, it was hard. I had to look both ways. Councillor Patel, the second. Any discussion to the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. Great. Thank you for that one. I'll call on our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit one vacation rental unit within 1 unit of an existing duplex at 5773 Buchanan Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on February 24th, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to call on Jessica Abraham, Planner 1. She's going to provide an overview of this report.
I believe that's the wrong presentation.
Yeah. I don't think that's... That looked like Lundy's Lane. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's good, thank you. So the city has received an application to rezone 5773 Buchanan Avenue to allow for additional parking space within a new second driveway and to recognize the existing setbacks on the property, all for the purpose of allowing a vacation rental unit within the existing duplex. A use that would be added through a site-specific zoning to the current zone and regulations. So looking at the surrounding area, the property is surrounded by duplex and triplex dwellings with a vacant lot immediately behind the property on Stanley Ave, and it is within 330 meters to Victoria Avenue. Currently existing on the property is a duplex dwelling. So 5773 Buchanan Avenue is designated tourist commercial within the city's official plan and is within the Clifton Hill subdistrict of the city's central tourist district. The proposed use complements the tourism district while using the existing dwelling to minimize the potential effects to the neighborhood character. The tourist commercial designation is intended to accommodate a mix of tourism-related uses, including vacation rental units. The subject property is zoned deferred tourist commercial under zoning bylaw 79-200, which permits detached dwellings and other residential uses. Any physical changes to the property, such as paving the second driveway to accommodate a third parking space, will be completed through the building permit process in accordance with all applicable permit requirements. Staff have also recommended delaying the bylaw until a grading plan is submitted for the second driveway to ensure drainage properly. So a vacation rental unit use, staff have no objections to adding the vacation rental unit as a permitted use on the property. The site is within walking distance to the Niagara Falls tourism area, about 330 meters to Victoria Avenue, and is designated tourist commercial within the Clifton Hill Tourism Subdistrict where vacation rental units are permitted. The existing front yard depth, staff also support a reduction to the front yard depth as it addresses an existing deficiency on the property. Additionally, the reduction is considered marginal and is not anticipated to create any negative effects on the site or surrounding areas. The covered porch encroachment, the front porch is existing and does not obstruct the roadway's sight lines. As no physical changes are proposed, staff support recognizing the existing site back. Minimum parking space width, the proposed amendment reduces the minimum parking space width from 2.75 meters to 2.65 meters. The minor 0.10 meter reduction enables one additional parking space to be provided on site, which helps reduce reliance on on-street parking and ensures adequate on-site parking is maintained for both the vacation rental unit and the residential unit, which will be provided upstairs. The public open house was held on February 5th, 2026. The notice of the public open house was sent on January 26th, 2026 to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. The sign was posted on January 21st, 2026. The public open house meeting was attended by the applicant and their planning consultant and planning staff. 3 members of the public were in attendance, inquiring about what they can do to their own properties, similar to this proposal in the surrounding area. To date, no written comments have been received regarding the application, and no one has spoken in opposition. So to summarize, the proposal is consistent with matters of provincial interest under the Planning Act, aligns with the Provincial Planning Statement 2024, conforms to the 2022 Niagara Official Plan, and the City of Niagara Falls Official Plan. The proposal represents gentle intensification and contributes to the city's intensification objectives, maintains the city's intent of the official plan, is located within the city's sub-district of the Central Tourist District, supports a tourism accommodation within the tourism commercial area, and utilizes existing buildings and setbacks and municipal infrastructure. No anticipated traffic or transportation impacts are to be anticipated with the proposal. The proposed site-specific amendments to the deferred tourist commercial zone are deemed appropriate and maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw. So staff recommend that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to permit a vacation rental unit within the existing duplex. On the lands, the site-specific zoning will permit an additional parking space and recognize the existing setbacks at 5773 Buchanan Avenue.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Abraham? Okay, it looks like we have no questions, right? Oh, we do. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a comment. Ms. Abraham, you did a great job. Thank you for the
Thank you.
presentation.
All right, great. Thank you. Very good. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak to this matter?
No one had registered.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing none, this public meeting with respect, oh, do I have to go back? Yeah, no, that's it. Oh, no, council now hear from the applicant, I'm sorry. The applicant or his or her representative, I'm sorry. I'm guessing you don't have too much more to say, but
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'll be quick. I don't have really anything else to add. I think Jessica covered everything great. So I just want to say, first of all, my name is Samantha Beam. I'm a planner with Urban Environmental Management. We agree with the
report.
The report. Thank you. Can't think of my words right now. And I'm available to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Okay, great. Is there any questions? Looks like you're off the hook. Excellent. All right, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Dabrowski. Motion by Councillor Dabrowski to approve and seconded by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're doing well. What's next? Thank you. Why do I, what do we, 8.3. There we go. All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the conversion of two existing motels and construction of a new apartment building at 7800 Lundy's Lane. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on February 20th, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment or bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now call on Chris Room, our Planner 2, to provide an overview of this report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council staff and any area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application file number AM 2025-024 for the property at 7800 Lundy's Lane. The proposal is to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw to increase the density and rezone the subject lands to facilitate the conversion of the two existing motels to 71 permanent residential dwelling units and the construction of a 6-story apartment dwelling containing 66 residential units and ground floor commercial space. The application was deemed complete on November 14th, 2025. The subject lands depicted here are largely surrounded by commercial uses to the east and to the west, and within the greater area we have detached dwellings to the north, a secondary school to the west, and then a church to the south. The subject lands are designated tourist commercial and are located within the Lundy's Lane Satellite District in accordance with the official plan and are zoned tourist commercial under zoning bylaw 79-200. This OP designation aims to improve the physical setting of the tourist area, and the official plan amendment requests to increase the permitted density from 100 to 197 units per hectare. The zoning bylaw amendment requests site-specific zoning provisions to permit the conversion of the two existing motels to permanent dwelling units and to construct a 6-story mixed-use building with ground floor commercial space and the residential units above, as well as on the ground floor. These site-specific provisions will add apartments as a permitted use, adjust standards related to rear yard depth, height, parking, maneuvering aisle width, ground floor commercial space, and amenity space requirements. This slide depicts the proposed site layout and the requested provisions. The motels slated for conversion are on the left and the right side of the plan, and the proposed mixed-use building is located in between. The proposed relief consists of including apartments as a permitted use, rear yard depth of 2.4 meters, height of 22.1 meters for the mixed-use building, 0.6 parking spaces per unit, a 5.95 meter maneuvering aisle width, and to grant permission to the ground floor residential uses. Staff have included the last two provisions in the amending bylaw to provide a minimum commercial space 50% of the ground floor area, as well as to include a provision that ground floor commercial space provision will include wording that sort of expands the requirement for commercial space to take up the entire frontage of that mixed-use building. And then lastly, we added the requirement that the amenity space be a minimum of 200 meters squared for the entire area, and that it be located no further than 33 meters from the rear lot line. The applicant has been made of these revisions, and they have no objections to them. A public open house was held on December 11th, 2025, and was attended by staff, the applicant, and the agent for the applicant. Notice for the open house was provided by first-class mail to properties within the 120 meters of the subject lands, and a sign was posted on the property. Additionally, the application was circulated to all required departments and agencies, as well as the Lundy's Lane BIA, with comments provided in the report. One member of the public attended the open house and raised concerns regarding density and parking, and one written submission was received that was in support of the application. Staff provide the following responses to the comments that were raised at the open house. With regards to density, staff have deemed the requested 197 units per hectare to be appropriate for the subject lands, as the applications promote the efficient repurposing of the motel units to permanent dwelling units. Additionally, intensification is encouraged within the Lundy's Lane corridor, as the area is serviced by public transit, and it makes efficient use of existing infrastructure. With regards to the parking ratio, a parking demand study was completed and has been reviewed by the city's transportation staff with no concerns with the reduction in parking, as it's consistent with similar applications that have been submitted in the area. And the site has convenient access to public transit, and the site will be accommodated with indoor parking, or indoor bike parking, which promotes alternative transportation options. Staff support this application as it conforms to provincial, regional, and city policies. It helps to diversify the housing supply within the city. It promotes the efficient use of existing municipal services and provides a compatible built form within the existing area. And lastly, staff recommend that Council approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to increase the permitted density and rezone the subject lands for the conversion of the 2 existing motels to 71 permanent dwelling units, and for the construction of a 6-story residential apartment containing 66 units with ground floor commercial space, subject to the regulations that are detailed in the report, and that Council authorize the amending bylaw to include a sunset clause to require the execution of a site plan agreement within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Thank you. Questions of council? We've got Councillor Newestag, and then Patel and Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and a great presentation as usual. I have a question regarding single rooms and like what the difference between a single room and a studio apartment is.
Yeah, sure. So the single rooms are, they're not independent of themselves. They don't have, sorry, this is through the mayor to the councillor. They don't have the same facilities such as kitchen's really the big one. That's for the single room occupancies, whereas these ones, the long-term dwellings that are proposed here, they are fully self-sufficient. They have bathrooms, they have kitchens. I am informed that the laundry services are on site, but that's pretty common for apartment dwellings as well. So really the major difference is just kitchens, essentially.
So is it the same motel room that they have there, just added a kitchen in there?
Yeah, and they will be retrofitted with kitchens, yeah.
So, but the square foot hasn't increased. It's still kind of, to me, that's still a rooming house.
Yeah, through the mayor, the square footage will relatively be the same. You can ask the applicant when they get up here if they do plan on altering the floor plans a little bit, but to my knowledge,
they're not taking down walls to make the units bigger. No. So it's basically, okay, single rooms. What happens if we approve this and all they do is reconvert those rooms and not go ahead and build those apartment buildings? What would that look like? Is there a possibility of that happening?
Through the mayor, it is potentially a possibility. The official plan does permit standalone residential buildings, like apartment buildings within the Lundy's Lane corridor, so it would still be consistent with the official plan. But if plans do change, we do have the amending bylaw, but essentially the apartment buildings would still be allowed.
No, I'm saying if they didn't end up going ahead with the apartment buildings, we would just have these converted hotel.
Yeah, through the mayor, the converted motels would be considered apartments because they contain more than 5 dwelling units, so they're just permanent dwellings. So we would technically consider them under the bylaw to be apartments.
But in actuality, they're still the old motel, just put a kitchen in the room.
Yep, just converted units.
Just so I understand. I don't know if you can answer this to you, Mr. Mayor. How many motel properties like this do we have on Lundy's Lane?
Through the mayor, just for clarity, how many motels are proposed to be converted?
Nope, just overall, how many do we have?
I unfortunately, I don't know if I have that statistic on me.
Okay. And, and the commercial part, do we know what they're looking at in putting in the commercial?
Through the mayor, at this point, the tenants are usually not really provided at this point, just because there's still a lot of moving pieces. Perhaps the applicant does have some early framework for who the tenant might be, but at this point, I'm not aware.
Okay. And I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Great question. You asked a couple of my questions, so thank you for raising that. I have one first question is, there is a 50% of the commercial use for the ground floor. What happens if current applicant or future owner wants to convert that to residential? Do they have to come to council for permission?
Through the mayor, that's correct. It'll be in the amending bylaw that they have to provide that commercial space. It has to be 50% and it has to be 100% of that front wall. If they don't conform to that, then they have to come for another amendment.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, when Councilor Newstead asked that if they do not build that building, 6-story building in the front, and if they convert just the motel room, that's still considered as an apartment building, what control do we have through the site plan? How can we control this?
Through the mayor, just again for clarity, it's just how do we assure that 6-story building gets constructed? I don't know. I may have to lean on senior staff over here if that's okay.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to the councillor. So in terms of that, obviously, as part of a site plan application, they can omit the apartment building. We don't have any control over that. Obviously, if they asked us to phase it or anything like that as part of the site plan application, to phase the back buildings first versus the front, we can deny that request to phase the site plan. But again, they could just omit that. And as Mr. Room said, our policies in our official plan do allow for just straight apartment buildings along Lundy's Lane. So we have difficulty restricting that requirement. You may be able to speak to the applicants on their intent, but right now we don't have any mechanism to protect.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, thank you, Mr. Room, for your presentation. I had a few questions. It talks about affordable, that there's the certain amount that's affordable. What are people paying now compared to what they would pay for those 64 existing motels? That might be a question for the applicant.
Yeah, through the mayor, I would defer to the applicant just because I'm not aware of what the current rates would be.
Okay, thank you. The parking study that you did, or that our consultant did they happen to look at, what type of motels did they look at? Because if it was a motel that was rented weekly or a different rate in comparison to what we are, the views of what they saw might be very different. Maybe people who live in that motel don't have a car. So I'm just wondering what type of other motel did we look at?
Yeah, through the mayor, the traffic study that they've done doesn't really review so much the motel use. It's more compared to what the proposed use is going to be. So for this study, it was reviewing apartment dwellings that are similar to the one that is proposed. So it doesn't factor in as much the motel use as it does the apartment use, if that makes it a little bit clearer.
It does. I see what you're saying, but in this instant, wouldn't we want to compare apples to apples? A hotel unit on Lundy's Lane has X number of parking, then it might be the same on Lundy's Lane at this, compared to if we went to an apartment building on Portage Road that had nothing to do with that. I just want to compare apples to apples because we're reducing the parking so much, but what were we looking at? That's my question.
Yep, through the mayor, I was just checking to see my notes here, because I know, yeah, here. So they took two sites along Lundy's Lane for the comparison. It was 7280 and 8004 Lundy's Lane, which were both apartment projects. So that's what the comparison is being drawn to. So they're saying that the proposed apartment here, the parking demand is 0.51 and 0.58 for both those respective sites. That's what they're seeing over a 4-day period is what the study consisted of, and that this is actually exceeding that demand. So what they're saying is that the demand that they saw on these two similar sites is actually being exceeded in this particular instance.
Thank you. And just to build on that, if we get to the point that there are new apartments and new renovated motel rooms, and now the rent increases, you might have a different level of income people now rent, and maybe they will have cars. So I just want to be cautious about that. I know there's the commercial units up at the front. How many units is that going to be? Because I'm looking at the 5 parking spaces for the commercial units. What is it? Is it going to be a restaurant? Is it going to be 3 retail stores, like 5 spots for how many units?
Right, yeah, and through the mayor, it's a little bit fluid right now because this provision that we added is relatively new, so they may be workshopping the amount of tenants that go in there. It could be 1, it could be 2. The requirement really is just that they provide that 50% floor area coverage and then 100% of the front wall. So however many tenants they end up with isn't so much of a concern. But with regards to parking, the parking ratio is dependent on that floor area. So as the area gets bigger, they have to add more parking spaces. And with us requiring additional commercial, they're inevitably going to end up having to reduce the amount of residential units. As stated, it's 66 for this one. It'll likely be a little bit less than that. So it'll kind of counterbalance itself, where they may reduce the required residential parking, but that'll be replaced with commercial parking spaces.
Okay, good to know. My last question. What is going to happen to the 64 people that are living in the motel units right now once they get renovated and they start working on the other apartment building? What is happening to those people?
Sure. I may have to, through the mayor, I may have to deflect that to the applicant as well. Generally, it's the term is like a right of first choice, I suppose, on these new units. So hopefully that's something that we can enact for this one as well. I don't know if we have a mechanism for enabling that, so it's something that we can explore, but I may have to deflect that one to the applicant as well.
Thank you. I know another developer was building something and they were renovating, so they moved the people from the renovations over to the new build and then renovated and then moved the residents back. So that was a very creative solution that didn't put those people out. So I just wanted to ask about that. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I guess I want to first mention that there are a couple key players from the Lundy's Lane BIA here with us. We have Ms. Bologna and Mr. Jovanovic, and I know that the Lundy's Lane BIA had sent a letter into council, and I don't know whether or not staff had gotten it yet, but if not, I can flip it over to staff. They're obviously excited about this project. It really, a lot of the projects that come forward, they just want to make sure that certain things are in place. I know a couple of the councillors already talked about the new build as opposed to the conversion, and that was one of the things that we talked about when we talked about the interim control bylaw, and part of the reason for the ICBL being passed on Lundy's Lane. I mean, we got to get to a point where the city has some type of security that the plan that is approved is, what is built in its entirety, not just in parts. And I know that there's no guarantees for this one, but hopefully through the ICBL process, we can get to that point where we understand that if someone comes down, we have to ensure that somehow the full plan that they present and what gets approved actually gets built, and not just parts of it. And I think in the past, we already had an application where, part of the application was a motel conversion, the other part was a brand new build. We haven't seen that new build go forward yet, and that's the concern that we have and that the LLBIA has. Some of their other concerns, Your Worship, maybe Mr. Room can address, were just in regards to inspections. Is there going to be inspections prior to occupancy to make sure that all of the renovations are up to code?
Yep, yeah, through the mayor, that'll all be done through the building permit process, and prior to that, not so much inspections, but more so just a thorough review of the plans through the site plan process as well. But to answer your questions, the inspections will be done at the time of the building permit before occupancy takes place.
Okay, and do we have a minimum space requirement for living quarters? I mean, is it 200 square feet? Is it 250 square feet? Is it 300?
You mean the actual
minimum requirement be? Right, because I don't know how big the rooms are. Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering if we have a minimum ourselves.
Yeah, through the mayor, I believe that it's the Ontario Building Code has a requirement for a minimum size for it to be deemed a livable space. I don't know exactly what that number is, but it is required in the OBC.
Okay. Do you have a rough estimate?
I don't, unless you, no, yeah, sorry, not a building expert, unfortunately.
Okay, and lighting was one of the other concerns of the LLBIA, just that properties at nighttime, you know, like, we don't create these dark zones. So is there anything in this application here that would enforce that lighting be on at nighttime all the time?
Yeah, certainly through the mayor. Our site plan control application process does include a review of a lighting plan as well. They'll have to submit that as a part of the application to ensure that there are no dark zones. It does contribute to crime prevention through environmental design. So that's something that we do look at the site plan control stage.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our CAO would like to answer your question.
Yeah, Councillor Pietrangelo, we've seen micro units proposed at the 200 feet mark, and we see a lot of bachelor units now under new construction being at the 280 to 340 mark. So it seems to be a trend to reduce the cost to hit affordable housing targets. They reduce the square foot with design. So we're seeing more of those, and I think planning could provide some additional comment. I know the one on Park Street that we're behind, they're in the 300 square foot range for the bachelor apartments.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So the Ontario Building Code, the minimum size is 17.5 meters squared, so it's 188 square feet.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak?
No one had registered.
Okay. Do we have anyone in the gallery who'd like to address? Yes, so if you'd like to come forward, Mr. Jovanovic, you can state your name and your address, and then you've got up to 5 minutes.
For the Lundy's Lane BIA, and also have Tish Bologna as the chair of the Lundy's Lane BIA present. 4770 Victoria Avenue, Niagara Falls, Ontario. We were apprised of this particular open public meeting last Friday evening at about 5 o'clock. Tish and I did not have a chance to go over it until we spoke earlier today. Letters are forwarded to each one of the council members just approximately 12 o'clock this afternoon to deal with this particular issue. For all intents and purposes, the Lundy's Lane BIA has always and will always be committed toward residential intensification. That is our primary goal and objective. The job of a BIA is to present a viable area in which to do business, to enhance the ability for people to succeed in business, to create a great environment in which to live, work, and succeed in business. For all intents and purposes, this project ticks the boxes, all the boxes of what we were looking for when we created the urban design guidelines and which were approved by council 10 years ago. We want to see enhancement. We want to see growth. We want to make sure that anything that comes in is built closer to the street to enhance the public realm. This covers a lot of those points. The main concerns are when the proposal for 7701 Lundy's Lane came up before council a couple months ago and was approved, it had a 6-story component to it. And that is the component that is of great benefit to Lundy's Lane. Taking hotel rooms, which are between 20 and 23 square meters, and converting them into living facilities, that is not in the long-term interest of neither the BIA nor the city. We currently have over 35 motels on Lundy's Lane, or we did have 35 motels. 4 have already been completely converted. There are issues later in on your agenda tonight. 9.4 will come up about the interim control bylaw, and I think we need to move forward and enact that, because there is a lot of discussion that has to be had about the viability and the density. We have to make sure that we are doing the right thing. Lundy's Lane in and of itself is the most important east-west corridor in the entire Niagara Peninsula. We are looking at growing Lundy's Lane, developing it, and probably repositioning ourselves as uptown Niagara Falls. We need to have a strong public realm. We need to have more residents coming in, but in the appropriate buildings. In this particular situation, my biggest concern is the same as with the application that went through on 7701, that someone can come in here, spend $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, whatever it is, $20,000, $30,000, and have a nice little diagram come in saying, I'm planning on putting on a 6-story addition to this, which is what we're looking for. And all of a sudden, as I heard too, they're not being held to it. If this goes through and they're not being held to it, then all we're doing is providing a mechanism in which they can take a smaller property and convert it into a long-term residential unit. That is not in the best interest of Lundy's Lane. We've worked hard, we've worked collectively with planning on CIPs to encourage investment in new build. The TIF is an excellent mechanism trying to get these things accomplished. This could possibly qualify for a TIF. You know, if they adhere to the commercial aspect, which is mandatory. We don't want to see dead zones on Lundy's Lane. I've been to a lot of municipalities which have really taken 1 step forward and 3 steps backwards by creating these dead zones and separating the viability of a commercial area. Georgetown is one example. All of a sudden, everything on the one side died off and everything on the other side prospered. We're looking at making sure that what we do on Lundy's Lane is to enhance the overall viability of attracting business, providing quality residential dwellings, and making it a great place to live, work, and do business. So for this particular situation, we like what we see, but there has to be a guarantee that this entire project will be built as one. What happened with 7701, the day after council approved it, they started renting rooms. Did someone go there and see were all these conversions done to the rooms? I don't believe so. Those are check boxes that we need to make sure council and staff adhere to make sure that what was proposed is actually being done. And that is our biggest single concern. If anyone has questions.
Any questions for Mr. Jovanovic? Councillor Patel.
To you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, David, for coming here and
Thank you.
Raising those concerns, because I do understand that those are the similar concerns most of the other business owners have in Lundy's Lane. I believe Councillor Pietrangelo touched on this a while ago, but how does this affect the BIA levy? Because I understand most of the commercial businesses pay into the levy, so how would this work?
Well, I wasn't going to bring it up at council tonight. I was going to bring it up in the next phase under 9.4, but we no longer get a BIA levy. And at one particular point was suggested that maybe if there are conversions that go into it, like the BIA this past year, just for example, $70,000 into streetscape, just our streetscape program. That doesn't include the banners and everything else. That's just for florals, for straight up beautification. We put a lot of money into it. All of a sudden, people are not paying into it. For over the 4 properties that have been converted, it's approximately $25,000, which is taken out of our levy each year, which is a significant amount. So we have to make all the other businesses on the lane have to all of a sudden pony up to bring up the levy amounts to the level necessary to be able to continue to fund all the beautification, all the other enhancements, events, marketing, everything to make it a viable area. So, yes.
Thank you very much. I'll leave the further question to the next, when we talk about the interim control bylaw.
Okay.
And and I understand your concern is, and I think Councillor Newstead raised the same concern, but previous planning application that came into council, they did not build the real building that they were presenting the 6 or 7-story building and they just convert them hotel, then I understand your concern. But I want to ask Ms. Doles the question that David raised, that nobody did the inspection of those motel rooms and they started renting them out next day. Is that how it went?
Mr. Welch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor, I'd have to look into the specific situation, but obviously conversions do require a building permit, so hopefully they applied for a building permit, but they would need to be inspected in accordance with that building permit.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Jovanovich?
So basically that means whether conversions were made for cooking facilities or not, didn't necessarily happen. That's our biggest concern. There has to be checks in here. We have to make sure that what someone says that they're going to do is actually what happens. And in this particular situation, we want to make sure that the whole project is built. If the whole project is being built and up to the level that they're espousing, then we're completely in favor. But if not, then it is a detriment to the long-term viability of Lundy's Lane.
Yeah, let's get some answers on that as well and follow up with the developer. Councillor Baldwin.
I just wanted to, through you, Chair, I just want a little clarity on that. So we approved that other location across the street with the and they just turned around and didn't do any renovations because they didn't have a building permit? So they haven't done what they said they were going to do?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I don't know the details of that one. I'd have to look into it right now. I'm trying to look it up on CityView right now. But I'm saying they would have required building permits. So I'm just double checking if they did receive those building permits, and they would have required inspection.
Okay, so if they didn't do it, so they could be, so we actually rezoned it in special zone, right? We did the special policy zoning for them, right? Residential. And then they were allowed to then just rent it without doing any, they could have been allowed to just because we changed the zoning? Not sure, I just want to make sure that's clear.
Through Your Worship to the councillor. No, so yeah, even though we changed the zoning, the Ontario Building Code requires that any change of use, which means from commercial to residential, would require a building permit. So they would require that building permit. So I will double check that that's been.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wish to address council other than the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. If you want to come forward and state your name, your address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
So good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Ethan Lamont. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants. Here tonight to represent the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for 7800 Lundy's Lane. And my client, Cyrus Gada, is in the gallery as well with us this evening. So Chris has already done a pretty thorough job, so I'm going to try not to duplicate too much of the information, but I do think there are some key points I think are worth highlighting as you consider the application. So for a bit of site context, 7800 Lundy's Lane is about 0.7 hectares or about 1.7 acres, located on the south side of Lundy's Lane, just west of Beaver Dams Road. The property is designated and zoned for tourist commercial uses under the city's official plan and zoning bylaw. On the site itself, there's 2 motel buildings, and the site's served by a centrally located parking lot, and there's also a in-ground pool near Lundy's Lane there. The subject lands fall within the Lundy's Lane commercial core and surrounding land uses, including a mix of commercial uses, including some other motels, restaurants, commercial plazas, as well as some residential and institutional uses in the broader context. The site's also served by public transportation routes, and there's public sidewalks on both sides of Lundy's Lane. So moving on to the proposed development, so there's 3 main components that I want to highlight. So the first is the conversion of the existing buildings into permanent residential apartments, primarily through interior renovations to the existing structures. So this will result in 71 units in total, mostly studios, but with some 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units as well to serve a broader mix of household types. I also want to point out that these are bona fide rental units with independent bathroom and cooking facilities, so they're not single room occupancies as we've discussed already. The second component is a new 6-story mixed-use residential and commercial building along the Lundy's Lane frontage. So after our initial submission, we worked with city staff to substantially increase the amount of commercial space in this building, so we'll speak about that in a moment. In addition to the commercial space, the building includes 66 apartment units, comprised of a mix of studios and 1-bedrooms with independent cooking and washroom facilities as well. The building is also proposed to contain indoor amenity space. And then the third component is the parking and site improvements. So this involves expanding the parking area to the south of the existing L-shaped building, and then just some line repainting and to bring parking spaces up to city standards, ensuring there's enough accessible parking, things of that nature. And then additionally, creating a centrally located amenity area, which you can see just sort of behind the proposed building up towards the top of the screen there. So these are renderings of what the new building is proposed to look like from Lundy's Lane. So you can see the glazed commercial ground floor facing the street, representing a real improvement to the streetscape in terms of presence and overall pedestrian experience. So I want to take a moment and speak to what I see as the real merits of the proposal, and then specifically address some of the concerns that came up through the stakeholder meetings surrounding Lundy's Lane. So on the commercial side, the proposed zoning requires 50% of the ground floor and 100% of the street-facing facade for the new building to be commercial space. The tourist commercial zoning is also being maintained, so the full range of commercial uses is going to continue to be permitted on the property. So these factors ensure that the development will contribute to and strengthen the commercial functionality of Lundy's Lane. And then on housing, motel properties like this one represent a real opportunity to address housing need in the city, because we're working with existing buildings rather than building from scratch. The cost of creating the units is lower, so that translates directly to rents that are attainable for low and moderate income households. And then the mix of unit types also means we're serving a wider range of people. And as I noted, these are self-contained units with independent bathroom and cooking facilities. And then the provision of residential housing alongside commercial uses helps to create a mutually beneficial dynamic. So businesses have access to a broader customer base, and then residents have convenient access to commercial uses to serve their daily needs, and also provide some local employment opportunities as well. And then the site's access to transportation and existing pedestrian infrastructure along Lundy's Lane also make it a suitable location for higher density residential uses. And then finally, oversight and accountability. So by going through the proper approvals process, we're putting in place a regulated framework for how the property operates, appropriate property management, tenancy processes, building and site standards that protect residents and the broader community. And that's the process that enables those layers of accountability to be applied to the site. So on that point, there's 3 planning approvals needed to make the proposal happen. So tonight we're dealing with the first 2, the zoning bylaw amendment, the official plan amendment. Subject to approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, we would work through the site plan approval process, where we deal with the technical details associated with the site development, such as servicing, stormwater, landscaping, and so on. And I do want to take a moment just because the 7701 project came up. So just to speak to sort of where we're at in the process, because we're also dealing with that site as well. So we've applied for site plan approval on that site as well. And so we can't obtain the building permits for the conversion and for the future 6-story building until the site plan approval process is actually finalized. So that's the process we're working through right now on that site, and then it would be the same process here where, assuming that the amendments tonight get approved, we would produce and submit the site plan approval and then work through that process before we would actually be able to obtain the future building permits. So I just wanted to bring that up. So to wrap it up, we believe the proposal is consistent with provincial policy, conforms to the regional and city official plan, and represents good planning for the corridor, makes better use of existing infrastructure, strengthens the commercial character of Lundy's Lane. It addresses a core housing need in the city. We're asking council to support staff's recommendations of approval and look forward to working throughout the remainder of the process. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions, Councillor Lococo, then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mayor, to the presenter. I did ask about what are people paying for, right now, and what will they be paying with the new rental prices?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the question, so the existing units are anticipated to be rented around, I think, 1,050 for studios, and then comparable unit in the new building would be about 1,500.
For bachelor or for?
For studio unit, yes.
So 1,050 was for?
Within the existing building, and then the
Oh,
studio units in the new building would be.
So if someone was to stay, they would have an increase of $500 or $450. Will there be a manager on site? Is that in the plans?
Through the mayor to the question, I don't have a specific answer to that question. Typically, that is how a property like this would function, but I don't have a specific answer at this point in time.
Okay, and my last question, what will happen with the 64, 66, there's been two different numbers. Those residents that are in there now, are they going to have to go somewhere else and live for a particular period of time? Are they coming back? I understand the first right of refusal, but will you, if they do want to come back and pay more money, will you be able to provide them somewhere?
Through the mayor to the question, so the intention is not to displace anybody. They would be working with the current people and trying to keep them on the property, essentially.
Okay, thank you. I just thought of another question. Thinking about some of the concerns that the BIA has about the new build, is there anything in your plans about timing? I know that you just said that you were going through that process right now, but what's the timing of the new build? What is your plan?
Through the mayor to the question, I don't have specific timing. Obviously, the conversion is sort of the low-hanging fruit. It's the easiest component of the development to actually undertake. It really depends on a bunch of factors, market demand and that sort of thing, but I can't speak specifically to a timing, but I can assure you that it is within the plans and something that we're certainly excited to undertake when the appropriate time comes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patel, and then Uesteg, and then Carriol.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate you addressing the concerns that were raised at the stakeholder meeting and also abiding by the urban design guidelines. I just have a question for Ms. Doe. Is that the standard procedure that you have to do a plan agreement for the existing building first, then you can go with the new building?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So in terms of the site plan, it depends what they're changing. Obviously, with the residential parking, things like that, that would trigger the site plan requirements. But in terms of just a residential conversion, you know, there are components that can happen without it. But if I haven't seen the site plan submission, but I'm assuming because the additional apartment building's on there as well, that's part of the component with the additional parking.
Yeah, if I can just jump in there, if that's okay. Just in terms of that site plan submission, obviously it's a different project, but the site plan submission that's with the city covers both the conversion and the future building, so that would both be covered under the same agreement.
Thank you. But that's it, my question. Thank you very much.
Councillor Uesteg, then Carriol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little confused. Councillor Lococo was saying there are people living there already. I thought it was a motel. Has it already been? I'm just confused because if people are living there, that would mean it's a residential, not commercial, so.
Through the mayor to the question, it's sort of an informal occupancy that's occurring, and so that's part of the reason why like an application like this comes forward is to sort of formalize that. So I don't know the exact extent of who's living there or what not, but basically those individuals would not be displaced as a result of the conversion.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate here. So it sounds like there's a really good chance that they're just trying to legalize a place where people are living illegal right now, and maybe not coming through with these 6-foot buildings. I really want to make sure if we're approving this, that has to be built or they don't get the rezoning. I don't know if we can do that, but I'm just concerned if people, if we're not doing something legal right now. Just, anyway, thank you.
Councillor Carrio.
Not for this gentleman, it's for our staff. So if we approve this, the project as a whole, when they come in to get a building permit, can they get a partial building permit, or do they have to get the permit for the whole project, the renovations and the new build?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So obviously with the existing builds, they can go for just the conversion, provided they meet the parking requirements as part of the zoning bylaw that if you approve tonight or in the near future. So they can go ahead with the existing motels without the site plan. If they tie it with the new build, they must have the site plan because it is a new build. So that's where the difference comes in.
So they can get a permit for just the rental and not the new build?
Correct, and all they'd have to make sure is if the parking hasn't changed and they're not changing anything on the overall site, we wouldn't require a site plan. Obviously, the motel has parking already on site, so you know, I don't see any changes. They probably could.
So then in the last one that everybody's concerned about, do you know whether or not they got a building permit for the conversion and the new build?
Thank you, through your worship, to the councillor. So right now, they've applied for their site plan for both, and they have not yet applied for a building permit. I did check. There is no building permit on file at this point. So they could apply, obviously, for a building permit at that site for the conversion of the motel, but they've come in with the site plan to show both.
So can we not stipulate that the building permit has to be for the whole project, not for half the project? That way the development charges would be due for the whole thing. So that would kind of separate the men from the boys right away.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So in this case, obviously, when we deal with planning applications and the zoning bylaw, it's related to land use. You know, the timing of development isn't something we usually control. The only way to control in this scenario would be to control the number of units on site, a minimum number of units. That would probably be the only way at this point.
Because we're assuming when we see this, that they're going to come in for a building permit for the whole project. So if they come in for just the renos and not the building, first of all, we don't get our development charges. It's very small. Is there any way that we could do it that way where they'd have to get the building permit for the whole thing? They'd have to get the building permit for the main building as well, and then they'd have to pay all the charges, including the development charges.
Through your worship to the councillor, the only way I can, you know, think about how that could happen is, like I said, because this is a zoning bylaw amendment application, we could restrict the number of dwelling units to be a minimum, which would then trigger the construction of the apartment. My difficulty with that suggestion right now is that we did obviously make some changes on the applicant recently in terms of the 50% commercial frontage, which will reduce the number of units most likely because of the parking requirements. So I think we need to take a little more time to figure that out if that's the path you want to go down, because I don't know what the minimum number would actually be at this point, because it could have a reduction.
Thanks, Kieran.
Do we have any other questions of council? So one question is, and I just want, if you can help me clear it up, Ms. Dolch, how do we ensure that there's been full inspection prior to the permitting so that we make sure that everything is followed through? How do we ensure that? Because because as I understand it, they're not conditions for people to live in. There's no kitchens. It's not proper. So how do we follow up on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. So when they do, as you heard from Mr. Room, single room occupancies, we did define it, we did prohibit it in this bylaw that's going forward. So we'll be able to obviously check what's being constructed there. Obviously, the permit application will take that into consideration. And as the permit goes through, there are inspections. So prior to final occupancy, there is a final occupancy inspection. Obviously, unless it matches the plans we've approved in accordance with the bylaw that it's not a single room occupancy, meaning a hot plate or anything like that, then at least we can take action at that point. But it will have to match the appropriate plans.
Thank you. Any other questions of council?
Just a comment that they can't occupy the building unless they have a final inspection.
Correct? Yeah. Yep. Yep, not supposed to. Okay, yeah. All right, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Just following that trail of thought or train of thought, if people are not supposed to be living in there and we get to that permit stage, are we now going to have 64 people out on the streets? Like, is there something that we can do to minimize that? I don't want to get to that point. Having 64 people out on the streets is going to be a very difficult thing to deal with, and I don't want to see that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, our CAO would like to weigh in.
My assumption is the current people living in the hotel are under week-to-week leases or leases that are 20 days and under, which is permitted. And that's why I believe the applicant talked about informal relationships, so they may renew week to weeks. And, you know, there is no guarantee that, you know, under the renovation that they have to keep it. I think they're going to try and do best efforts, but I don't want to put words in the applicant's mouth, but, you know, occupancies more than 28 days would be a violation of the rules. So I'm assuming that their agreements are under 28 days.
Yes, Councillor Baldnelli.
Well, what's the difference between through your chair, the occupancy and a contract? Like, I mean, if you're continuously there over 28 days, then it's long-term, right?
That's correct, and that's why we have single-room occupancy issues, and that's why we created the bylaw. So, you know, this gentleman's trying to put forward an application, and we're talking about their current residency. It's a little out of the scope of the zoning implications that are here today. So, you know, I would think that drifting into landlord tenancy issues is not appropriate for a zoning discussion, and that's something we can follow up with after. But it shouldn't be pertinent to this, and I don't want someone who's trying to put forward a zoning application get tripped up on questions that weren't pertinent to this that could lead to other implications. So I think I don't think it's fair to ask those questions on this for this purpose.
Thank you. Question two, anyways, I think most council was provided an email with a picture of what it looked like internally. Is that the proposed development that you're going to be doing? All the kitchen, cupboards, everything?
Through the mayor to the question, yeah. So that would be representative of the conversion that would occur on this site as well, yes.
And when you do the conversion, will everything, you know, the two buildings and then the new addition, will they all be coordinated in color and looking? I mean, is that part of the development as well?
Through the mayor to the question, I can't comment on the interior design, but I would assume it would probably make sense that it would all be coordinated, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and understand our main concern, we just want to make sure it actually happens. That's all. We're not opposed, we want to make sure it happens. We heard a lot of promises, right? So with that, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. The will of council. Councillor Strange moves the two recommendations. I need a seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is there any discussion to the motion? Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to maybe Ms. Dolch or...
She's behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So if the new bill doesn't go through, they will have lots more parking than what's proposed as of now. Is there anything we can control? Because I know there's a pool there and a new bill will go in there. So if new bill doesn't happen, can we maybe use some kind of provision where we make it green space or play area or something to make it, you know, look good on Lundy's Lane?
Through the worship to the councillor. So if the new build doesn't happen, I have limited control because the existing buildings exist. Obviously, if anything changes on the site itself, they want to fill in the pool, do any of that, obviously, and add parking, then I would have some control through site plan to kind of deal with grading, drainage, all those things. But if they continue to leave the pool where it is and the parking where it is, there's nothing I can do in terms of additional green space or anything like that. But obviously, if they remove the pool and want to put hardscape in or something like that, we would have some say.
Okay. If there's no further questions, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just as we get into reports, I know we have some other pieces of our agenda that people are waiting for.
Mhm.
We have the interim control bylaw for Lundy's Lane. We have two of the representatives here right now. Perhaps we can get that one out of the way, and then after that, we have a bunch of people that are here, I think, for Councillor Carrio's notice of motion.
Yeah, but it's just a notice, are we gonna?
Well,
Oh, no,
I
it's
thought
a motion.
last
motion.
meeting
Oh,
was
it's a
the
motion.
notice of
You're right.
motion, so,
You're
yeah.
right.
So maybe we can deal with the ICBL now, and then we can deal with the notice of motion so that these people can say their piece.
Why don't you make that motion?
Sure, I will, Your Worship. Yep, absolutely.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to bring forward the ICBL, interim control bylaw for Lundy's, and Lundy's Lane, and also for the Drainage Act issue, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, so we're gonna deal next with, which item is the interim control bylaw? 9.4. So that is under the reports, 9.4.
Your Worship, if I can,
Yep.
I'm happy to move the motion that the city approve the interim control bylaw, and then I wanted to as well pass the letter from the Lundy's Lane BIA on to staff so that they can see their comments instead of reiterating them here tonight. I know we have a bunch of time to study this. We have at least a year's time before some recommendations are going to be coming back. So I'm happy to move the recommendation that we proceed with the ICBL, and then we'll forward the LLBIA comments over to staff.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. If there's no further discussion of this, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, yes. Oh, you had a question, well, you, okay. You make eye contact. You gotta make eye contact.
Yeah, just.
I don't wanna give you guys too much time.
Yeah.
You're just
You don't
talking,
let the
right?
guys, you don't let the guys talk.
He's trying. You're right, you're right.
Through the ICBL, I know it's motels converting to, bachelor apartments, that sort of. If a motel wanted to convert into, say, a 6-story condo, is that still part of that interim control bylaw, and is there a freeze on it, or can they come to council still? If that happens?
Thanks, Your Worship. I do have staff here, so I don't want to give them an opportunity,
Okay.
but.
Oh.
It's on, okay. The question is if they wanted to do like a full new development?
Full new development, like
Okay.
a 6-story condo or something like that.
Right.
And it wasn't like converted into, like we're looking at 1 bedroom, that.
Yes, so the bylaw is drafted very specifically related to motel conversions.
Okay.
Yeah, so we kept the language very focused on that because we didn't want to preclude any other development opportunities.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Were there any other questions? Councillor Patel? See what you started?
I just want to make a comment that it's a great report. They addressed every concern that was raised at the stakeholder meeting, and I really appreciate the 1-year interim control bylaw, so we get all of our ducks in a row, and when new application comes in, we'll have more control over it. So I want to thank staff who wrote the report. I know Ms. Sultan's is first time in the council chamber, so welcome. And so thank you very much for the great report, and I really appreciate every detail that was addressed, and I know staff did a great job with the public stakeholder meeting. They engaged with the residents and everybody who attended the meeting. I know Councilor Coco was there. It was a great meeting, and they were handled very well. So thank you for bringing a great report back. I'm looking forward to what you come up with, the new guidelines.
Great, thank you. Okay, so with that, let's call the vote. All those in favor? All right, that's approved unanimously. And up next is what, do we have the number of the, it's notice, it's motion now. So 15.2, folks, if you want to turn to 15.2. And that is Councillor Carrio's motion regarding the request to revisit the fee structure and the process for rural ditching on private property. You lost some of your supporters, they left already. I see Cliff still here, we got a few of the guys, they hung in there, they got the endurance. So Councillor Carrio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Worship. After speaking with many of the people from the country and the farmers and
country,
They're not happy that, no one out there's happy that they have to pay a per foot price to get their ditches cleaned. The main concern is that many of the people in the country feel that there are many things that they don't get, that people do get in the city, and they contribute to many of the things that they don't have access to, but now when they have to have their ditch cleaned, we want to charge them. So I know this is a bit of a bone of contention with Eric and Jason. I just think that it's time we revisited it, and I know that I've talked to some of the other councillors, and some of them are in agreement that it should be part of the tax base for many different reasons, and I think you'll hear from some of the other councillors make their case as well, why they think it should just be part of the natural. Some of the people that are paying for their ditching says it's not totally our fault, that if the city did a better job cleaning the outfalls or cleaning a lot of the ditches where their ditches run into, it would keep their ditches a lot cleaner. Their ditches wouldn't be backed up, wouldn't be flooded, wouldn't have silt settling down into their ditches, requiring them to be cleaned out. So many things like that that I've heard, and I just thought that we should have an opportunity to revisit it, because I've always been under the feeling that they shouldn't be charged, that it should be part of the tax base. Those are my points, and after we have a discussion, that's kind of the motion I'd like to make.
Okay, I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, and then, of course, Patel. Oh, you're seconding it. Well, he didn't make a motion right now. Did he make the motion? He said after we're done talking about it, he says, oh. So you're gonna, well, Vic already had his hand up,
Yeah.
so were you seconding or speaking, or both?
I'll do both, Your Worship. I mean, I can't make the motion because I voted against it last time. I mean, I think the motion was to charge the
Well, you
residents.
can second the motion.
I can second the motion, yeah. I've spoken on this issue many times, Your Worship. I mean, I came to council in the mid-90s, and I believe that that's when the sort of unwritten policy change happened. We had a number of like-minded people, like Councillor Carrio, Mr. Susan was on at that time, who came from the rural area as well. We had a few others, Your Worship, as well. And that was the feeling, was that, drainage should be part of an overall plan. It shouldn't be very specific to single owners. And the example that I continue to use is stormwater management ponds. Stormwater management ponds cost us about $500,000 a piece to drain and to maintain. And they're only specific to one single subdivision. But we don't take a bill and divide it by the number of homes that are in that subdivision and send everyone a bill. What do? We put it into general purposes, and that's how we pay for it. And that's how I've always believed that we should look at drainage, Your Worship. So I'm happy to second Councillor Carrio's motion when it comes forward.
Great. Any other comments? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In this report, can we have some more information about the history as a recap of where we were? I know Councillor Pietrangelo just, okay, and best practices, and we just talked about, had the city done certain things that their ditches wouldn't be in such disrepair at that point. Can we look at a ditch program about some best practices about what we should do moving forward? Not just the fee structure, but to clean them out on a regular basis, to get that information so we can make a proper decision.
Mm-hmm.
And how many properties would be affected would be my question. And then somebody brought it up to me that when they did some research about the drains, some of the drains had different names at different time periods. So it got very confusing about which drain it was because it was called something different. And then one person is saying this name and another person is saying another name. Can we look at all of that? Because there's a lot of confusion about which drain we're talking about.
Okay. Well, we'll go to the mover.
Well, I was going to make a motion that we put ditching into the main tax base. All the drains. Yeah. Okay, CAO's, excuse me, asking for some clarity on the motion.
Yeah, so when I read the motion, it said to consider, so I didn't know it was going to be a live motion for a decision. But for greater clarity, if I use the stormwater example, the same thing happens with rural ditching, because as the road authority, the taxpayer does pay for drainage and clearing on that, anything that's assigned to the public assets. So that there is already a tax base in that. The difference would be that in the same situation that Councillor Cario says, Councillor Pietrangelo says, I pay for wastewater on my water bill. So I pay for my wastewater charges. In this case, there is no rural charge. So 100% would be allocated, 0 would be allocated to the user, and 100% would be allocated to the taxpayer, which would be the exact opposite of what happens in the urban area. Because currently what happens is the allocation to the taxpayer is based upon the public asset use of it. So this would be a subsidy from the urban to the rural, and then I would say if that's a consideration, you should get rid of the rural tax adjustment then, if that's what, so that everyone would pay the urban rate. And that would have a pretty massive implication. So I think before we make decisions, I thought this was to go for a study and come back to show what the implications are. Instead of a motion tonight. So that's where I thought this was a referral to staff to come back with a study on it, not a let's have the taxpayer pick up rural cost. And if that's, council can decide that, but I can't tell you what the implications are, and people might not like their tax bills come the fall.
Your Worship, just on that one point, we're not getting rid of the rural tax rate. Like, the rural tax rate doesn't include certain charges that the urban service area does, namely water, sewer, sidewalks, and I believe that street lighting is in there. So, well, no, I mean, there's a difference in paying for stormwater management as opposed to paying for water mains and water pipes that go all throughout subdivisions. That's not present in the rural area. We're not talking about getting rid of the rural.
But that's on the rate, not on the levy. So just to be clear, pipes and all that stuff's on the rate, not on the levy. In this case, there is no rate in the urban. You're putting all that on the levy, and that doesn't happen. So, I'm fine with the thing, but I think that'd be a massive swing. And I don't know what the cost would be, but it'd be significant. I don't mind upgrading ditching. I think that's something we can all agree with. Again, but when we upgrade ditching, that is a tax levy increase because a significant allocation of that is put to the taxpayer. So we can upgrade ditching, we can do that also. We can take a look at other strategies too, where we can enter in private agreements where the private owner can do the ditching and enter into more private agreements, which I think can be more cost effective.
Well, I'm okay with that as well, as long as it comes back in this term. Back in this term, if it's okay with the seconder.
I think what we're trying to deal with also is this particular drain. I mean, it's not every year that we clean out a drain, and if history says anything for the last 30 years, we've paid for most of the drain cleanouts. And I think that's what the residents are asking us to do in this case here, is just simply pay for the drain cleanout. We've done it before, why wouldn't we do it again?
Okay, well, you're asking for what this says, to revisit the fee structure and the process for rural ditching on private property.
Right, and if the staff would like time, then I would say that I'd make the motion that we give it to staff to come back as long as it comes back in this term.
This term of council.
If that's okay.
Okay.
So there's a difference in terms of what the residents are here for. The residents are here because they don't want to pay for the cost that's being borne by them to clean out the drain that the city is currently doing. I think Councillor Cario is talking about an entirely different thing, which is a policy change. And I don't know that they're here for that. They're here for their specific drain. So perhaps we can deal with their drain first.
Okay.
And then, I mean, if you want to put a motion on the floor for a policy change, we could do that secondarily.
Okay, well, right now, the motion is to revisit the fee structure and the process for rural ditching on private property. That's what his notice of motion was.
Okay.
So that's the motion on the floor right now. And I know that I got, what? Oh, Eric wants to speak to it, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, no, you had your hand up too. Was that just to tell me to, okay. Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure we're clear, and I'm clear. There was a 2024 motion of council. It was a split motion to deal with the Union Marsh drain. It was a budget amendment with the second part of that motion was to have the cost of the drain clean out done through the regular Drainage Act process, which is to be borne by the taxpayer. That was voted, there was a recorded vote, it was a split vote, just going back through my notes. My clerk might need to go back and look for that. So I'm concerned with the conversation today that this may be a reconsideration. Again, I'd look to the clerk for that. That said, that for specifically for Union Marsh Drain, we can come back with a report that talks about a bit of the history again and all of that. I'm also concerned, about a global adjustment or global policy, because we don't have the right to create or to turn down new drains. If someone comes to us tomorrow and says, I need a drain and I need someone to ditch through their property to give me drainage, and the Drainage Act allows that, we can't stop that. So we're going to have this uncontrolled cost. And if the public knows that we're not controlling the cost of those drains and who's paying to dig them out, to clean them, we can't forecast that, we can't budget for that, we can't control that. And it's to the benefit of specifically those people who own that property, not to the general taxpayer. The Union Marsh Drain is a big drainage shed. It goes through the Legends Golf Course, it goes through part of our property and the Region's property, pipeline property. So there's a large drainage assessment, a large area to spread it across. But some of those drains don't have that, and I'm nervous, and that would come out in my report about that global cost adjustment, because there's some areas where it may not make the same kind of sense like it did in the 90s to split that up and have the city cover the cost. So I just want to be clear that we could talk about the Union Marsh Drain and about those assessments, but it may be a reconsideration, and I need some more direction on what to come back with in 2 weeks for a council report. Two cycles.
Any comments to the comments of Mr. Nicol? Councillor Pietrangelo?
No, I think he's absolutely right. I mean, I think there is two separate issues here. One is who's going to pay for the Union Marsh Drain that the residents are here for, and second is there going to be an overall policy change? That would take a lot more time, require a lot more effort, and staff would have to give a comprehensive report to council. I thought we were going to deal with the Union Marsh residents here tonight. That's what I thought we were going to deal with.
Yeah, that's not what the notice of motion was, right? It wasn't for that specifically. Yes, Councillor Patel?
Amendment to it, to the motion, to deal with the Union Marsh?
Well, I'd go to our clerk for that.
Yeah, that's up to the mover and seconder to do that.
No, to Eric?
To add an amendment, well, yes, and right now, the way I'm looking at it is, it's a staff report coming back, so nothing would change tonight. So that could be part of the report, whether or not it requires a motion for reconsideration, if anything is going to change when that report comes back. And of course, at that time, it would require a 2/3 majority then to pass.
Discuss the whole package, and we discuss the Union Marsh Drain.
Okay.
So have staff prepare it. If that's okay, I'd make the motion that way. Have staff come back with two parts to them, look at the one Union Marsh Drain, and overall how we allocate paying for ditching.
Okay. Eric, you're good with that too, you understand? Okay, and our clerk, we're following the rules. We're good? Did you have another comment?
I think so. So is there two motions on the floor right now, or is there two parts? And is one a reconsideration?
We'll figure that out.
They're gonna look into that. And
So-
when they bring it back, they're gonna tell us what we gotta do or how we gotta do it.
Okay. I think that's part of what everyone here tonight is here for.
Yeah.
So I don't know if any of the members of the public want to actually speak to that, but I think that's what they figured that they were here for.
Well, it's gonna come back though, right, in 2 weeks, that's when they would speak to it, because it's not on the agenda right now for the Union Marsh. It's just for this report. So I would think that that's
Well,
when they would speak.
they've waited a few hours, I mean.
I know, but I don't know who told them tonight we were dealing with this. That was never on the agenda. Who gave them that advice? Cliff? Oh, okay. I'll apologize. Well, you know what I would think? A guy, I don't know, Mr. Clerk, because we can't turn this into a public meeting, because it's not what it is, but.
Yeah, the motion, from what I'm hearing, the motion tonight is just direction to staff to come back with information. There's no decisions that are being made tonight. I think it'd be more appropriate for delegations to be made when that report comes to council.
So I apologize, guys, because maybe we gave some bad information to you, or you got some bad information from somebody. But just a suggestion, if you've got some information you want to send to us in the meantime, if you email me, I will share everything with the clerk and with our general manager of engineering. Okay.
They come out to our properties, like everybody, almost every council in this room has come to.
Okay, so then so we've got everything. We'll invite you back in 2 cycles, so not the next council meeting, the one after it. And then we're gonna have a full report, and then at this point, you guys can all speak, or one person can speak on your behalf, and then council will vote, make a decision. So, and then we'll have everything on policy going forward, fee structure, process, and specifically to that drain that you're talking about. So it's too many, I apologize you had to wait around. Councillor Pietrangelo is gonna take you all out for dinner because of that.
It wasn't me.
Or whoever it was, make him buy you a coffee, that's what I'd suggest.
Your worship, I don't think their time was wasted. They've really got your attention. So I don't think they think it's a waste of time. It's an important issue for them, and we're gonna give it a lot of thought.
Yeah.
And if it comes back and they come back and give their pitch, they're still gonna have their same opportunity to make their comments so that we can make an intelligent decision.
Yeah, so why don't we call the vote, because I just realized we haven't called the vote yet. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, so you got our attention. Cliff's buying coffees tonight, everybody, let him take you out, yep. All right, okay, Mr. Clerk, where are we now? I'm so confused, we've been all over the place.
9.1.
9.1, so everybody work through it. You guys don't have to leave, though, you can hang around. Okay. 9.1. Hold on, I'm not even there yet. Now, give me a second. 9.1, fee waiver. Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo makes a recommendation for the fee waiver report. Need a seconder, Councillor Newestag. Any discussion to the motion? Oh, yeah, but if we're in favor, you don't need to speak. Okay, I got Mona, I've got Ruth Ann, then I've got Lori.
Okay. I think we're all talking about the same thing. Mr. Mayor, for fee waiver applications, half of the budget is going for the Lundy's Manor planning fee applications. And isn't that supposed to be addressed from CIP grant? I'm not sure why it's into the fee waiver.
Who wants to answer this one? Is this a financial question, planning question? Did you hear the question, Ms. Dolce? I don't know if you heard the question.
Yeah, sorry, if you could repeat.
Should that be under maybe affordable housing or CIP?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the councillor. So as part of the CIP application, the fee waiver wouldn't be available. So I don't know if there's something else.
Because it's just March and all of our budget is being used, and this $50,000 is there to support the festivals and community events. So if we use that 50% of the budget for this fee waiver, we won't be able to support any other community events or festivals in future. So how do we deal with this? Can we move this portion to some other, can we use it from reserve? I'm not sure how can we do that.
So the question, okay, Mr. CAO is going to address this?
Yeah, well, it's still a cost. So you don't want to be over budget in one item, but you want to be over budget in another item. It doesn't get rid of it. Council has the right to amend certain ones or not certain ones. There is no CIP for it, and you also have to remember that this property won't be taxable in the future either. But if there is no, it's a charitable act. It is for a charitable application, and if council wants to do that, council can also go over budget. So council could take a look at other items on that one and do that. I know it's election year, so it's highly likely you'll be over budget on that one. But council has the right to go over budget. But taking it from one budget to another budget doesn't solve the problem.
Right. So my only concern is usually we do use up the 50,000 budget for the fee waivers. And if we use up this budget now, then if the application comes in, those organizations will be told that, we have maxed out our budget. So maybe we can add $25,000 to this fee waiver budget. I think maybe that's the only way to deal with it. I'm not sure. Or or wait for the future applications to come in. How about that? Okay.
I'll just remind council come the fall when it's budget time, though, that every night is budget night. And when I listen to, we're at 2.9, I'd really like to get down to 2.8, I'll remember this debate, is what I will say.
All right, are you done pontificating, Mr. CAO?
Just pointing out, I'm just foreshadowing.
Bring the Big Mac.
Just on that point, I don't think a lot of these are actual hard costs. I think a lot of them are opportunity costs. When you look at some of the things that we're waiving, it's fees to rent the room at the McBain. I mean, I don't believe that they're actual hard costs. So I appreciate Mr. Burgess's comments, but I mean.
It's a bean counter. You know how
Yeah.
the bean counters are.
Don't look at this as actual money.
And it's opportunity cost, I can get rental for those, from other organizations.
Okay.
They're packing the place.
He's doing his job. He's doing what he's supposed to do. Sometimes he's too good at that. Who else had their name? I'm sorry, Councillor Neostag?
Thank you. Actually, I just want to speak to this, and that I think this is an absolutely wonderful thing that you've done. I think it's forward thinking.
Well, we haven't called her up yet.
I know, but I just want to,
Yeah.
She should come,
No,
I should be
you should
addressing
be
you.
addressing me,
Okay,
and then
sorry,
I'm
I
gonna
just
bring
saw
on
them,
those,
but
yeah.
I want to congratulate them. So, Mr. Mayor, I think that what they are doing is showing leadership. It's showing social enterprise at the best. We always talk about a hand up, not a handout, and I think this is just a very ingenious way of solving the issue that we have, and we've taken, and nothing's happening to a restaurant that's been so loved for over 55 years. So when I saw this, it just made me think how proud I am that there's this ingenuity and trying to solve a lot of things while helping people. So to me, this is an OLG if we're looking for money to other ways, but I do agree with Councillor Pietrangelo that those are soft costs, but we can definitely somehow, without feeling bad about budget time, that we should be able to do this, because in the long run, we will be saving money because we are helping people it's like your pilot, your startup, Start Me Up project. We're giving people a chance to do something. So I'm just.
Yeah, but that was his idea.
Yeah. Well, it's same thought. Like what they're doing is fabulous, and I think it's forward thinking and solution oriented and just well.
So what do we call you for, Ms. Zimmerman? I know you want to speak to this.
Okay.
We still haven't voted officially, but obviously you know where we're going with this. But yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to take the opportunity first. Thank you to you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to come and speak to this tonight. Part of it is I wanted to speak about the project itself and to talk about what we are doing, which is interesting, the conversations around motel conversions. We are converting it to housing, which will be supported housing for women. And the idea is also to use the restaurant, which we have been continuing to operate, and I encourage all of you to continue to be come have breakfast, come have roasted chicken. It's been a wonderful transition to operate this restaurant, but with the long-term intention that it will be included as an employment skills training program. We are very fortunate that we have received over $9 million in funding through CMHC, through the Rapid Rehousing Initiative, to be able to do this conversion, to purchase the property. We had a private donor that donated $2 million towards the project, and we as the organization put in $500,000. So really what we're looking for is the City of Niagara Falls' contribution towards this project in the form of fee waivers and permit fees and all those pieces that I certainly understand the CAO's concerns around budget constraints, but we have an opportunity here to support women to move forward in their lives. Housing's been a big issue for the City of Niagara Falls. Certainly this is one, we'll have 39 units of housing, and it will help to support as it is transitional, so women will continue to filter through our program. So it will become a community asset. So this is the reason why I did want to come, because this is only part of the fees. We're still getting more fees that we are, permit fees and things like that. So my hope is that the City of Niagara Falls will see this as the contribution towards this project, understanding certainly the federal contribution. And the other thing with all of this too is it is self-sustaining. The operating of the project will be completely self-sustaining. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about this, to be able to move this, to ask you to move this forward. to be able to, not only the fees that we're applying to, but moving forward throughout the project, that any further fees that we will have to, that we will incur will also be waived. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. We've got some questions here. Councillor Patel, Councillor Lococo, and then she had it up first. Or, oh, I'm sorry, oh, from
She is
before.
next.
Oh, you're right. Okay, I apologize.
Sorry.
Yes, do you mind, Councillor Patel? Yeah, you're right, from before.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Regarding the fee waivers, if it didn't have the YWCA on it, my thought was just go 80% and everybody get 80%. It would be 50,000, 711.55, and that we wouldn't be able to give any more fee waivers. It's a budget issue, we have to be fiscally responsible. But because it's the YWCA and the great work that they're doing, specifically on this project, I'm thinking about this project being economic development or social services. Councillor Newestig just said OLG. That does fit into the OLG buckets, economic development and social services. I know it's from one pot to another pot, but could we not take it out of the OLG fund and then have the rest of them under our fee waivers?
Well, we've got a motion on the, we have a motion on the floor right now that's been seconded. What's that? Do you want to say that louder so they can hear?
Just go over budget, it doesn't really matter, like, at the end of the
It doesn't
day.
feel right to be going over budget. I'd rather take it.
What
from
does
another
it? Council
pot.
can direct, council can direct it, and, well, because it's one entry, otherwise we're doing 3 entries, so it's just easier to go over budget and accept the fact when you look at it for next year and other items. And this is a great cause, and, I work well with the YWCA, but, at some point in time, council set a budget for $50,000 to provide relief for charities and that, plus on top of that, we give another $200,000 away. We're a generous council. But at the end of the day, we can call it opportunity, at the end of the day, it's a cost, there's a cost to it. And it's good to make the decision. I just think, just make the decision and accept the fact that you're over budget, and next year, take a look at it, going forward. And when the next requests come up, you say, well, is that a reasonable amount for this? It's, I'm okay with the decision. I don't want to play a counting game just to pretend like we're in budget. It doesn't really work. Just accept the decision and move on.
Okay.
I want to talk about the OLG for a second. Have we committed all of our OLG money? So to me,
We have
that's not a budget game.
We have not.
Right, so to me, that's not a budget game. We haven't committed the OLG money. Can't that come out of there? I know Councillor Patel said get it from somewhere else, but it really does fit in economic or development.
Well, what I
or
think
social
the
services.
CAO is saying is we're over budget on this fund, not as a overall.
Oh, yes,
We
no, I
don't know.
understand.
So, and he's saying they'll figure it out in the back end.
But every year we talk about 51,000, that we're always, right around the 51, or we're over, and we talk about, oh, we should do something for next year, and we never do. It's just 51,000, we keep doing the same thing. And, here we are.
So let's change the
first
budget
quarter.
for next year.
Yeah,
Let's
here's first
be
quarter,
mindful.
and we're already over. So I'd like to give the money to everybody, so let's figure out a way to do it.
All right, great. Thank you for that. And thank you, Councillor Patel, for, yep.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, I do agree with Ms. CEO in some ways, but
Wow.
Ms. Zimmerman, thank you very much for coming here, and we are happy to support this application. Opportunity like this doesn't come around often, so we're all very happy to support this fee and future fee that will be occurring from this property. I have one question. With this new conversion, by the way, this motel conversion, we are very happy about it because it is a purpose built. It's meant to help people, and we are really happy about this. So would you be closing the previous YWCA site, or you'll be running both sites?
No, this is an addition to any of the other programs and services that we provide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So how many units does it altogether? This is 39 units in
Yes.
this property. In the
Yes.
YWCA, the one on the Cull Street, how
Of the-
many people does that have?
Yeah, it has a different purpose. That's that's our emergency shelter for women experiencing homelessness and their children. And it's a 20-bed facility, as well as it has 8 beds for supported housing for women who need intensive supports. So it's a very different kind of program than this one will be. This one will be transitional supported housing. It's housing that any participant that will be in that program can be in up to 3 years, and is purposeful in the sense that it's helping women to move forward in building sustainability, economic sustainability, all those other pieces that would be part of a transitional housing program.
Thank you very much. And, this transitional housing, that is what's missing. That is a missing piece, because we do have shelters, but we don't have way of integrating people back into society. So this is a great project. We're all happy about this.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you.
And I will be happy to support this recommendation, but I just want to make sure that staff doesn't turn any other community application away just because we are over budget. We should look at it and we should decide if we want to go over the budget or not. That's only my recommendation is.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newestein?
I just want to emphasize the social enterprise piece of it. Many people, including Councillor Carriol here, just ask, is Falls Manor going to stay open?
Yes.
So you really need to get the message out that
Yes.
Falls Manor is still open for business, and in fact, we need to be supporting it so we can help make it profitable, so
Yes.
it's would be self-sustaining. So I love the social enterprise piece.
Thank
that
you.
you've done.
We're excited about it, and we have actually the mayor will be at Falls Manor Thursday morning as we do a launch event. Now that their funding announcement has been made public, it's giving us more opportunity to talk about the fact that we, do own the property now. We are running the restaurant, and our plan is to continue to operate. We kept on all the staff that were part of the restaurant, and the general manager is now our Director of Restaurant Operations. I never thought I'd say that title as something the YWCA would be doing. But however, yes, it's an important part of the whole strategy is the social enterprise portion.
Is there any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank
for being
you.
here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, 9.2, Cemetery Software Management Project Budget Amendment. There are two recommendations. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that, it's 9.2. You have a question? Okay. You want to, which one? Okay, well, let's just deal with 9.2. We're on the nines. Yep. Yep, on 9.2? Oh, yep. Pardon me? On 9.2? Okay.
Okay, and my question is, why are we looking, well, first of all, like a 29% increase after we just did the capital budget? I'm not sure how that got missed, and we have that. But the other thing is, why are we looking at OLG to fund this? Should this not be a capital expense? Like, the OLG.
Through the mayor, at least half of the OLG funds are actually committed to capital, and earlier you guys said the OLG is not committed. It is, it's committed to future capital. So that's what that unallocated portion you guys are talking about is actually tagged for as future capital.
Okay, but, okay, I think I meant more operating than capital, but I used the wrong word, but that's okay.
And you had a question on that too?
That was my question.
Okay. So we have motion seconded. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. 9.3, use of, okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo and seconded by Councillor Strange that we move the recommendation, the use of vote tabulators for the upcoming municipal election. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. We already did 9.4, the interim control bylaw for Lundy's Lane. 9.5, it's been deferred regarding a proposed telecommunications tower on Stanley Avenue. 9.6, recreational vehicle and trailer parking bylaw. So let me just jump ahead here. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple of questions. Will the fines be stacked? Like, there was a list of fines. So say if there was a trailer on an unpaved surface and it's not maintained, are you going to do 250 and then 250? Will they be stacking the fines, or do you just get fined once?
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Gallagher.
So through you, Mayor, to the councillor,
Again, keep in mind that this is based upon complaint-based. We're not actively out there searching for trailers in the neighborhood. So to speak to that, we would obviously go ahead and speak to them, give them the opportunity to go ahead and move the trailer before we would look at amping them. But we would focus in on the amp that applies most.
Okay, so you answered my other question. You will give them the opportunity to correct it before fining them. Perfect.
Like we always do. Our
Thank you.
focus is on education.
Perfect, thank you. Someone contacted me about the pictures. I love the pictures in the report. Thank you so much, through the mayor. They looked at the pop-up trailer, because it's an RV, it can't be in the driveway. And then they looked at the utility box trailer. They're pretty much the same dimensions and everything. I understand one pops up and you can live in it, but they were a little confused why you could have one and why you couldn't have the other.
So when we looked at this, we wanted to come to comparisons, and taking a look at what other municipalities were doing, there's a variance depending on where you live. We thought that from a standpoint of the RV as it's defined in the bylaw, having that available for somebody to live in, we want to try and stay away from.
Okay, thank you. And your report spoke that people couldn't live in the RV in the driveway, but it didn't talk about people living in the RV in the backyard.
Correct. Right now, our old bylaw speaks to the ability to live in a trailer for up to 60 days. We're looking obviously to change that, and our recommendation is that there would be no residents or anybody that would be occupying those trailers and living in them, unless it was a commercial trailer sanctuary that they could go to.
Right, I understood that part of it, but the wording said that people couldn't live in the RV in the driveway, but it didn't say you couldn't live in the backyard. And that's a little bit opening up the door for people to live in the backyard.
It would be anywhere. They wouldn't be allowed to live in it
Okay.
anywhere on the.
It was just very separate in the report, and some people read, well, I can't live it in my driveway, but I could live it in the backyard. The report wasn't clear on that, so I just want to make sure it was
For
clear.
clarity, it would be, they would not be allowed to live in the trailer anyway.
Right, okay. I knew that, but they were arguing with me that they could. I'm really happy to see this because I know that there's been a lot of issues with work trailers, utility trailers, RVs. I'm very happy to see this. And the last one is we're on complaint basis and we've done the warning. Everything's good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do you have other, yes, Councillor Carrio, Strange. Okay, Councillor Strange. Did someone over here, I saw a hand, I thought, no, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Huh?
Just,
it's bright, it catches.
Sorry, just looking at the bylaw here. Gotta go back to where it was. The one that has the restriction for so you're allowed one trailer. Like if that's your working utility trailer, you can't have another trailer, say it's a boat trailer. You can't have them both on the driveway. And you need 5 feet from the driveway, from the road, is that what it is? Or 5 meters from?
So it's 5 meters from the edge of the travel portion of the roadway.
Yeah, see, I think right there, you're cutting out probably 90% of the driveways in Niagara Falls from a 5 meter perspective.
I believe, Councillor, like from the standpoint of, right now, we don't allow for any trailers.
Yeah.
So the thought process is, okay, we have to look at sight lines, like many municipalities, make sure that it's set back far enough that we don't have to worry about obstructions for people that are traveling on the roadways. So the consensus was, and if many of the municipalities were at that 4 to 5 meter ratio to allow for proper sight lines.
And does that include rural driveways, or is this just urban?
It would include all of them.
So, what's that? No, I'm just saying, so if you can't have, like in a rural area where you have a driveway that's 200 feet, you can only have one utility trail and you can't have another trailer on that?
Correct, not in the driveway, but in the rear portion of the property, just like the bylaw speaks to now, it would allow that you could go ahead and park them on a hard surface.
Okay, and then I just want to, so I know it goes by complaint basis. How many complaints have we had last year?
So we've averaged over the last 2 years in the area of about 50 complaints yearly.
So 50 complaints of 100,000 people?
Correct. The challenge that we face, sir, is that if we do have those complaints come forward, sometimes that initiates further complaints.
Yeah.
So somebody's not happy with the fact that they have to move their trailer, so now they'll take it upon themselves to go drive the neighborhood, and then they bring forward X amount of complaints.
I understand. And then the whole, I know every municipality has different ones, and specifically the RV, you got a 14-day limit in the calendar year for an RV when, very difficult for, to have an RV for just 14 days and, you're coming back, that's 3 days right there, cleaning it. I just think it's taking an enjoyable enjoyment of your vacation time going if you have an RV for the summer. So I would like to see that increased or because I know there's a bylaw, I believe it's in Niagara on the Lake, that you're allowed anything over, I believe it's up to 7 meters, you can have it, and we don't have that as well. So I don't know, I'm looking at it. I think there's some things that we can tweak, especially with the trailers versus recreational vehicles and the utility trailers who are actually using them for work every day, and they can't have another trailer on the driveway. But I'll let some other councilors speak to it.
Okay, thank you. We have some other comments, questions. Councillor Carrio?
I was just going to ask about the size of the size of the driveway. So I understand the 15 feet, because if you park a trailer close to the road, the person backing out in his driveway can't see past the trailer. So you need enough open driveways so that if you're backing onto your driveway, you can see up the street or down the street. I understand that. But if it's in a bit more of a rural setting, and the driveways could be 100 feet long, and if the neighbor just doesn't happen to like it and he complains, well, you got 4 trailers parked in your driveway, they're 50 feet away from the road. I don't see, there's nothing given to the size of the property. It shouldn't be a one size fits all, because it certainly makes a big difference if you've got a 1-car driveway and you go by this bylaw, and if someone has a 4-car driveway and it's 200 feet long. But we haven't addressed that. I mean, just thought that would be one of the things, like Mike said, we might be able to look at a little bit, so that they're not all thrown together. I mean, I don't know whether or not he wants to comment on that or not.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll throw that back to Mr. Gallagher, if that's something that was considered, and if not, maybe we need to.
Through you, Your Worship. So one of the things that we did look at in doing our research was we don't receive a lot of complaints, believe it, from rural properties in regards to trailers. It's mostly residential, and it's typically in those summer months where there's a large RV that's parked in the driveway that's blocking sight lines. So in making that consideration, remember, complaint-based, but more importantly, right now we don't allow for any trailers to be parked in any driveways. So we thought that there was at least coming back to council and recommendations to staff allowing for that one trailer. The 14 days was passed in 2022 from this council in regards to allowing, I think the thought process behind it was to allow for that delivery and pickup, so the unload and the loading of that trailer during the peak time periods for those 14 weeks. It gives them 1 day to come on in and unload. I can sympathize with what you're saying from the standpoint, is 1 day enough for them to, unload their RV, load it back up or whatever they're doing, and then move it somewhere else? Yes, could be challenging.
We got some more questions. I've got Councillor Baldinelli. I'll come back to you.
I just wanted to thank you through. It was 14 or 15 consecutive days, so that an officer would have to actually visit you 14 consecutive days. So if they miss a day, then how can they prove that you were there?
Well,
just
put on your taxes.
Or we could always change it to a percentage.
What do you mean?
Well, instead of a distance, it's a percentage of your driveway. Makes it equal for everybody. Kind of like mat tax.
Is it Tony and Mike are the percentage kings?
Well, I know Mr. Our bylaw guy.
Mr. Gallagher?
Mr. Gallagher.
I know he's new.
I had a blank moment. I just gazed in his eyes and I lost myself. Yeah. And maybe he's making notes. And I think he's writing notes, like your percentage ID, you are one of the kings of percentage. A pie chart, yeah. So I'm gonna come back over this way. I've got Councillor Newestag, and then I got back to Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to our bylaw officer. No, I was calling him bylaw officer. These 14 days, so it seems, from what I'm understanding, in order for you to tell whether or not you're driving there every single day, right? Is that how we're monitoring this 14-day?
Through the mayor, that is correct. We would have to document it for 14 days before we can proceed. And with the way the bylaw speaks right now, our only opportunity is to summons them to appear in court, and the maximum fine is $50.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could we do an easier way? It just seems very labor-intensive and cost. Could we just say, if you want to have your trailer, you've got to come get a permit, and you have it for 14 days, and then it's less for us going back and forth just monitoring it. That seems very, I don't know, somebody spying on you for 14 days. So, and it's on an honor system. We've got 14 days so people know, and it's that time period. And so if it's outside that time period, all of a sudden a bylaw officer goes out and it's like, oh, well, we're on day 18 and you really shouldn't be there. So I just think it would be less costly for your department.
Just to be clear, it's not 14 consecutive days. It's totality in the 12-month period.
So then how would you ever monitor that? Like, that seems really...
That's the challenge that we face right now, is in regards to actually going there and seeing that complaint for 14 consecutive days and documenting it so that we have it.
Seems so labor intensive that
It is.
I don't know if they could just get a permit that they have it for so many days that they see it, and I don't know, it just might be
I
a
like
little
the
bit
honor
easier.
system. I'll pay you next Tuesday.
Anyway, I just...
Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just, so the utility trailers, which a lot of, obviously people use it for work, taken to the dump, all that sort of stuff. What is the bylaw for that? Is that the same? It has to be, so utility trailer could be flat and you won't even be able to see it. It's not gonna obstruct anybody from backing out of their driveway or anything like that. A utility trailer.
Through the mayor, that is correct. Our only portion there that it would be that it has to be of good repair. And
I'm
it has
sorry?
to have it has to be of good repair and have a trailer plate on it.
Okay, and how long is that? Is there a stipulation of how long that they can have that there for?
Well, right now, under the bylaw, they're not allowed to have that trailer in the driveway.
Oh, they're not even allowed to have that trailer in the driveway. Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor. A utility trailer and recreational vehicles are currently classified as the same. So you can only have a
basically
utility
14
trailer-
days.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's specifically, because a lot of people, that's their livelihood with the utility, dump runs, whatever they do. Tools. They make a living by doing that, right? Now, you see them all over the place. Obviously, nobody's complaining about it because it doesn't obstruct when you back up or your driveway. It's not going to block your view by driving out. So I think it just needs some tweaking. I like what you guys are doing, but I think the whole thing needs some tweaking. So I'd like to maybe possibly table this until we can come back with some solutions.
We still got a few more hands.
Yep.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Councillor Coco? Okay. Can I ask a question? Did we do a public meeting on this? Like, did we have an open house?
No, we didn't, Your Worship.
Okay, so just a thought, I don't know. CAO, sorry, hold on. Oh, yeah,
Sure.
Councillor Dabrowski.
And to that point, even more cost effective, some sort of survey or utilizing our social media, just to get some feedback, because it is complaint driven, and we'll have neighbors getting into disputes and opening up huge cans of worms, but I would love to go out to the residents and get their feedback, because they're the ones living in their specific neighborhoods,
Good idea.
dealing with their specific issues, and somebody rural might not have the same challenges as somebody that lives in the north end or the south end of the city. So whatever we do, whether it's a survey or social media feedback, I'm not sure if it's an open house that's needed, because open houses are timely for people to attend, but let's get communication out, let's get a survey done and get some good feedback. But good discussion around the table, but we're nowhere near ready to support the report.
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, so just for clarity, so it sounds like it'll be a deferral and direction of staff to go do some consultation. And I just want to ensure that the direction to staff is accurate. we went from no trailers allowed 2 years ago, as we changed in 2022 or 2023. We opened it up to, having some trailers and utilization of your driveway. And it sounds like this council would like to see that even loosened even more. That's the sense we're getting. So we'd come back with options for greater utilization of your driveway for trailers and other items.
Yeah, and especially if something's obstructing your view, I can totally understand. Like a motorhome is and it takes up your whole driveway, I can see that. When you have a utility trailer where somebody's using it every day for work, and that's their livelihood, that's
so we
a little bit
can
different.
come back with dimensions, because
Whether
there are
it's
utility,
permits or something,
there are enclosed utility trailers that
Yeah.
people use for work, and then you get into the issue of commercial activity on a home and that kind of stuff. So we'll take it back. So it just sounds like council wants greater liberalization and some public consultation, and to come back with some options for council to decide. So let us get back to you on that. With public consultation, what I would suggest is that would take a lot longer in the process, so it won't be like a 2-cycle turnaround. It'll be longer than that.
Okay, Councillor Carrier?
I'd just like to see us look a little bit about the size of the property as well.
I think we heard that.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, go ahead.
And what, like, in terms of public consultations, what would be the whole, like, what is the typical, we leave a council meeting today, we direct staff communications to outreach to the public via social media, my talk through the city's website. How much time does that take to get to?
You're looking at 4 to 6 weeks, and then we compile the results, because when we go to the public, we would go out with questions and options for them, and say here's what we're considering, like you're only allowed one trailer, or you can have multiple trailers as long as you're not within that. So we'll have to develop some other options to take to the public, that that the team would come with some best practices from other municipalities, which we reviewed, so that part won't be too long. If it's a survey, we normally have that out in the street for 3 or 4 weeks. If we do an open house, that usually takes 4 weeks to do it. So we'd probably do a combination of the two. And my comp staff is a little tight on time, but we'll figure out how to do that. But Gallagher's not too busy, and he's great. He's great with the public, so he can hold an open house.
All right, thanks.
He's not too busy. So we need a motion to defer this to whatever? Oh, yeah.
Motion. So was this recommendation tonight to approve, like the bylaw that's here?
Yes.
The changes?
Yes.
But it hasn't gone to the public yet?
No.
Okay. Don't we usually go to the public first, or, don't we ask to go to the public before we make these type of changes? Like, how would people actually know about them?
Yeah. When they get a ticket.
That's just my question. I always thought we would want to go to the public first and tell them that we're proposing these changes.
But it was also a loosening of restrictions from what we currently have, right? So it was a widening of restrictions. Council directed us to come back, and what we did was we did a best practice review of other municipalities. So we looked at what local municipalities and other ones do, and our bylaw was really conservative, and then so we moved it to where most other municipalities are. But it sounds like we might want to be a bit more aggressive on that, and we'll take that out to see where that is. So moving something away from what the norm is, we can get public input for that.
So is someone making a motion? Did someone make one already, Mr. Clerk? Did someone make one? Nobody has made one yet. Yes, okay, we got both. Yes, Councillor Lococo? Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Do we need any more? You guys know we're referring it back to staff to come back with something that they talked about. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Now, consent agenda, I know, Mona, you had something you mentioned. You don't see it anymore? Okay, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 10.4, 10.5, and 10.6, please.
Okay, so 10.4, 5, and 6. Okay, let's start with 10.4.
10.4 is the drinking water report. I'd like to congratulate staff on having a zero non-compliance. I know it's very important for all of our residents to have safe, clean drinking water. My question is, there's a lot of talk out there about privatizing our water. So I've done some research and I found some of the issues.
Who's saying that?
I don't know.
There's been
That's-
no
I'm
talk
so-
about it.
That's
There's
why I'm
only
so
been
confused.
one of the unions has got a van driving around with my face on it, talking about privatizing water and wastewater. Nobody's talking about it. So, no, that's what I'm saying. So I don't know who's talking about it.
I've heard that mayors have, I'm not going to go on the
They
political
haven't.
side. Okay.
I'm telling you, they haven't.
Okay,
So
so
it's-
what I'd like then is, there's issues with privatizing them. So I just wanted some staff input maybe on some of the pros and some of the cons.
I know, but no one's looking at it.
Okay.
That's why I don't, I'm just saying, I
that's
don't know.
incorrect.
Someone's making this up,
Okay.
maybe to create a job for themselves. I'm not sure, you know?
Okay, thank you. I'll revisit it at that time when
Yeah.
it comes up then.
Yeah.
And there's already some research out there. KPMG did a great report, so some of the research is already there. 10.5, I had a couple questions on the housing report. The RAT rebate is pretty much stayed the same as last time, and I know we brought it up again this past year. There's issues with rats, and what are we doing? We talked about it every year. I know St. Catharines is having some challenges again. They had a nice little picture of a rat in the newspaper. So what can we do? I know we're doing the rat rebate program. I know we've baited some of the sewers, some of, like, what else can we be doing? We have less cold winters, so they survive longer. The nice weather's going to be coming up. What else can we do?
So Mr. Nichols looking at his phone, he's looking away from me, not making eye contact. Rats.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if that's ultimately a municipal works issue, but I'm happy to talk about it because I've been dealing with this before. First of all, I can tell you municipal works is debating whether baiting the sewers actually meets the intent of a sewer use bylaw. That type of poison can go into the water system, which ends up at the plant, and or can be discharged to the public. So we're even having internal debates about that and whether or not it's effective. I can tell you that, you know, the availability of us to buy the type of poison that we used to buy is limited. You know, so what we're hoping to do is work with our friends in our bylaw enforcement group on prevention. You know, prevention's the best way to prevent rats from, you know, entering into neighborhoods. So making sure that properties have met the property standards requirements. They're not feeding animals and raccoons on their back property and other things that might attract rats. You know, I will take any direction you want in terms of what municipal works can do to look at help preventing the rat population. And I can tell you, I've talked to my team about potentially looking at a rotating rat baiting stations in our parks in discrete places. So, you know, if we can put baiting stations in our parks and try to limit that population sort of as a preventative measures versus reactive and going in and putting bait in sewers, you know, we'll try to find some solutions. But it's a little bit of a new area for us, not something we're ultimately that great at, but I think we need to be talking about those solutions and working with public health and bylaw on sort of multiple angles on that.
Thank you. It's not just our city, it's all across the country they're having issues. Councillor Baldinelli has a suggestion.
I think, I believe 2-3 years ago, I did some research on this, and in England they did have the same type of problem. And there are some universities that had programs where they were able to provide bait that would not allow them to have any more offspring. And this continued on and eliminated the population. So that might be something, look globally for answers instead of locally.
Yeah, like birth control.
The other question
I'm glad
I
you
had.
didn't have the Pied Piper, so I thought you were going to say we have to get a flute.
Could eliminate a percentage, high percentage.
The other question I had on the housing report, it talks about that we have 8,633 units. The city has 10.8 years supply readily available when the provincial minimum is 3 years. And then it also goes on to say that we have 21,908 units in active development, is 27.4 years. So I guess my question is, and I've had residents contact me, why do we keep increasing and approving development if we have that all in the pipeline? Maybe I can talk to Ms. Stoltz or Mr. Dick.
Okay, Mr.
It's his
Dick.
report.
Deal with this?
Planning guys here. So I think with respect to that is unfortunately when applications come forward, council approves them, not always necessarily will they get built. So especially here in Niagara Falls, there's been a bit of a lag over the years. We're working harder to try to get those units constructed, but and also at the same time, you really can't stop somebody from applying for an application at the same time.
I understand that, but we have a huge supply of units, so I just wanted to bring it up because people are asking why we keep approving. The next one I wanted to talk about was the 10.6 restricted acts of council period. I had a conversation with our CAO, and he said Ms. Darlington can answer some of my questions. I looked at our bylaw from last election, and there's 4 different authorities on this bylaw compared to the last bylaw. So that's why I had the conversation why it was different. I looked at other bylaws, and some of them, the CAO said they already have authority to do certain things right now compared to our old bylaw was a cap of $50,000. It was based on the Municipal Act. So we've already changed a lot of our authorities through some of our bylaws. So this bylaw is updating some of the authorities. Now there are a few in there that I talked to the CAO about, and I had some questions from some residents about approving the single source and sole source. CAO talked to me about that. That one's fine. Binding the corporation projects and funding opportunities with the levels of government at 25%. I'll just go through the 3 of them, and then maybe Ms. Darlington can answer them. The other one is pre-allocating next year's funds, 30% of council approval from 2026. Why would we do that? And then litigation, settling litigation. So the lame duck period by August 21st, if we know that 3 councillors are not running, you're sitting in lame duck from October 21st to election day, October 26th. If everybody's running, you find out on October 26th if you're lame duck, and then you're lame duck from October 26th to November 15th. This would kick in. So the questions are, why would we put those on this bylaw?
Ms. Darlington.
Thank you through the mayor, and thank you for the questions. It's important to be really clear that this is not about expanding authority or bypassing council. Council has already, as the CAO has mentioned, provided delegated authority through existing bylaws, policies, and budget approvals. This report simply recognizes that under the Municipal Act, council may be legally restricted from making certain decisions if a restricted act of council period is triggered. Wish we'd call it lame duck again. In those circumstances, we're a very large business and a large operation. We need someone to act in council's council's place in a limited and defined way. And as Councillor Lococo has added, we have added some additional delegations. Those are best practice across different municipalities. And what is really important is that there's clear accountability and transparency with reporting back to council. You mentioned the pre-commitment of budget. Any budget that's pre-committed through the use of the delegated authority has to be reported back to council. And it would be in rare circumstances that perhaps there's a tender going out for services before the new council is in place, and we want to secure that contract to get best pricing. That would be a prime example of when you want to commit budget in advance. But I think, to be clear, this is only enacted if we get into a restricted council period and there's clear accountabilities and reporting back to council and any of the use of delegated authority.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And the one suggestion I had was in the report, I wish it would have said that staff already had those authorities, that they weren't additional, because people weren't reading that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Patel, did you find that thing? Okay. Okay, so we're looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda. What's that? Oh, sorry, Mr. Clerk.
So I just want to point out that staff is recommending deferral on 10.2. So the motion here would be to approve 10.1 and then 10.3 through to 10.6.
With a deferral, with a deferral.
Deferral of 10.2.
Okay.
We also have staff just quickly explain why we're deferring that.
Yeah, Mr. Dick?
No, it's me.
No, it's Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. No, through the mayor. The statement of council remuneration, it just came to our attention yesterday that although the grand total's right, the allocation between the councillors is not correct in terms of which conferences they attended. So we do need to correct that, and we'll just put it back on the April agenda for approval.
Okay, great, thank you. So we have a motion to defer 10.2 and approve 10.1 through 10.6. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you. So now we go to communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we approve 11.1 through 11.8. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And just quickly, we approved proclamation request for Guillain-Barré syndrome. We approved flag raising for World Autism Awareness, proclamation and flag lowering for National Day of Mourning, flag raising request for Children's Mental Health Awareness, flag raising for Christian Heritage, flag raising for Illumination of the Falls for Republic Day of Azerbaijan, and flag raising request for Filipino Independence Day. 11.7 and 11.8 is just correspondence from Niagara region. So now we're at 12. There's a recommendation from the clerk that we receive for information, 12.1 through 12.10. So we have some people that want to lift something. Okay, well, I think, does anyone want to lift anything first? Okay, I got Councillor Baldinelli and then Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, through Mayor. I'd like to move 12.10. Do you want to comment on that?
Yep, 12.10.
Request,
It's the last one. It was, did you update? It was an addition. You just have to refresh. So it's a request for a 2-day street closure.
Yeah.
For the Taste of Manila.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
A couple of years, well, actually, I attended a golf course, Beechwood Golf Course, and representing the mayor, and I got to meet the Filipinos there and hit a golf ball, which they love. And ever since then, we had communication. So in the fall of last year, they contacted me and would like to speak about having a Taste of Manila. Told me about the big event that they have in Toronto, and they were requesting to have it down in Queen Street. At that time, I'm not an event planner, so I passed it on to the Economic Development Office, and they had problems stating that they would need to go out there and knock on the door on every business, and it's something that they couldn't do, right? So the system wasn't there. I spoke to you about it, and then we were looking for another venue. I was looking at Stanley, and the Economic Development Officer, wanted to push them towards the Exchange. So they came down and looked at the Exchange, took all the measurements and stuff, and developed the site plan and loved the area. I was, to my surprise, because they expected to have between 3,000 and 7,000 people. But it's more like 20 or 30 passing through. And they'd like to have it for 2 days because they have to get 40 vendors that they've already agreed upon. They've already got everything set up. A staging area, their garbage, their site plan, their safety plan, officers to watch the road and back in Sylvia Place, and they negotiated, I guess, with the CAO and did they? Kathy?
No, I don't think we negotiated.
Well, I don't know. They went down to the market or the actual Exchange, correct?
Through the mayor, the organization has met with staff, and it's tentatively booked, but it's not finalized yet, because we had the discussion whether it was going to be a 1-day street closure or a 2-day street closure. So staff had informed me today, actually, that they were planning on coming down tomorrow for another site visit to finalize things.
Okay, so they had contacted me and said it was that they couldn't get the 2 days. So they obviously the vendors have to be there for 2 days. And then they provided this letter about exactly, basically the same thing that David Adames was explaining about having a cultural event in the marketplace area, which is what we want, and bringing a lot of people together and increasing the stay, economic benefits for all the restaurants and areas, the bus system. They love the bus system and stuff. So what they explained to me is that they only could get it for 1 day and not 2. So I asked them to send us the letter, and this is the letter, and I'm just looking that we can support 2 days.
So you're making a motion to have the street closed for 2 days?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have
And
a
they are
second?
coming tomorrow.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, I got council. Oh,
Before
sorry.
you call. So I just want to point out that I did follow up when the request came in to point out that there is a permit process to get a street closure. I don't believe that they have put in for that permit yet, and in talking with staff today, there are some concerns. So from a staff perspective, staff would appreciate this being referred to staff, but of course, it's the will of this council.
But they don't have a problem with 1 day, they have a problem with 2 days.
Might want to go through Mr. Nichol and see if...
Or, yeah, I'll start. You know, there is concerns with the neighborhood because now you cut off a street for 2 whole days. The people who live in that area and use that street don't have access to the street.
Is there a house? There's a house there?
Well, there's houses on both ends, right? So.
There is, where?
Yeah.
And there's a business there, I don't think
There's businesses and homes on it. So that was a concern. We thought 1 day, it's a first-year event, we see it all the time with the Caribbean Festival and stuff. People say, oh, there's going to be 1,000 people here. We close down Queen Street, and they don't ever hit their targets. And then we get businesses that say that. So we thought 1 day event, or we thought 1 day was a good initial start to see how the event is, and then if it grows, that's that. But like council can direct how council directs. We had concerns over the impacts to the neighboring uses of that street. And then from a technical point of view, I'll hand it to Mr. Nichol.
Yeah, and I can't speak for Fire Chief Zambito, but we also want to make sure that we're not blocking any fire access routes. So if the fire access route is through the exchanges from Sylvia Place. So there's some technical reasons why we need to look at their plan. We need to work with them. We're not opposed to it, but we need to work through some of those technical challenges. We also need to make sure that we're receiving the compensation for our staff who are working overtime to make those closures, or the fee waivers are done in their proper process.
What was the intention of the motion? Was it
The
waiver of the
intention of the motion
fees?
was for the 2 days.
Is it waiver
closings.
of the fees, or is it?
No,
okay. So-
I didn't hear anything about waivers of fees. They had, if anybody had a chance to review. Yeah, tomorrow they're coming down to look at it again. They have a very detailed site plan. We're going to restrict, because each of the events were going to close at 11 p.m. and they were going to have security there and open up half, because all they're doing is closing the road and having their vendors on one side closest to the exchange and the other side where traffic would be. But in the evening, they would have security there to allow the traffic to go through in cases. They're very, very well prepared.
What if we make the motion subject to staff meeting with them and coming up with a plan, something like that, for the 2 days? Is that good? Yeah, so you want to make that motion then?
Yes.
Okay. Second by Councillor Dabrowski. Okay. Any discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know, down on Queen Street, they promised to do, they were doing the salsa or whatever, but if we know anything about the Filipinos, you look at the Filipino festival they do every year, and it's 2 days, and it's thousands of people coming through there. They're organized, they do amazing things. You look at the Jose Rizal statue, they commit to something and they do it. So I'm coming to the meeting tomorrow, and I'm positive that they're going to bring a lot of people to this festival.
Awesome. Okay. So let's call the vote on that. All those in favor? Okay, that's great, and staff will meet with them, and we'll figure out all the details. And somebody else wanted something else lifted? Councillor Lococo, that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted 12.8 lifted, please.
Okay, 12.8.
Niagara Transit.
Yep,
The
okay.
electrification strategy. I know this is not our responsibility, it's the region, but the numbers really threw me. I know that the direction is moving towards electrified vehicles. And this one's talking about the batteries. It did mention the hydro plant, which I was really glad to see. It's not going to work right away, but at least they're thinking about it, so that was good. But here's the numbers that really threw me. It said it would cost $104.1 million to move over to these electrified battery buses, and we would save 6.53. 6.53 in savings is great, but the end cost is $97.57 million. So I just wanted to bring it to our attention because at the end of the day, the region moves those costs over to us, and that's a huge cost. It says that Niagara Falls is going to pay 84% more for transit based on this model. And that's $2.8 million over for 12 years. Like, that's a lot of money. And then some of the research that I've done with battery buses, especially in the cold weather with lots of snow, the buses get stuck because the batteries are so heavy in the buses, they get stuck and then they don't use them. And then the distances are very important. So I think we really need to look at this when Niagara Regional Transit is talking about this, because this is going to be a huge hit to our residents for the cost of transit. I know it's the direction to go, but the cost is very prohibitive at this time.
And I'm surprised to see this report because I talked to Carla Stout about us testing out the hydrogen buses, because we've got a hydrogen plant being
Right.
built as we speak. So, yeah, I agree. We don't want to rush it, rush into this, rush to lose money.
Yeah, she said that the hydrogen requires further market maturity and the cost reductions before large scale, and it's right here in Niagara Falls. So, I hope we can move towards that, but the numbers on this report really scared me. I just wanted people to be aware of it.
No, that's great. Thank you for the research. So now, motion by Councillor Carrió, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we receive and file the rest of, the remainder of the consent agenda, or is it the consent? Are we in consent? No, of the communications and comments to the city clerk. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Then we go on to 13, communications and comments of the city clerk. Okay, first recommendation is a memo from our Planning, Building, and Development Department, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carrió, it's just that we passed the bylaw, repeal the old one, regarding site plan control bylaw. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. 13.2, noise, okay. So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag, that we move 13.2 and 13.3. Oh yeah, we did 13.3, that's right, 13.2, the noise bylaw exemption request for the Niagara rib stock, which will be at Fireman's Park, June 19th and 20th. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk?
Thanks, Your Worship. Council did meet earlier this afternoon for approximately 2.5 hours in camera, and just received direction to staff on all the matters there.
Okay, thank you for that, so no action required. And then we go to motions for consideration. Councillor Patel, we did that, so we're done on that one. And Councillor Carrió, we did yours too, so we're good there. Notice of motion, we have one by Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very similar to the 12.5 governance review motion that was already on our agenda that we just received and filed from the town of Lincoln. I took the same motion, but I added another paragraph that public engagement and feedback be part of the governance review.
I think also you were missing a part. Your last point on the first page, it ended abruptly, and there was more to the original motion. I don't know if you see that.
What do you mean on the first page?
The first part of your motion, the first half. If you look at it and compare it, because I meant to call you and tell you about it, I noticed it was missing part of the motion.
I was copying and
Because you took the Lincoln motion?
I took the Lincoln motion
Yeah.
and I copied and pasted something not coming.
See where it ends at 12 local area?
Yes,
It continues on for a few more sentences.
okay, I'll fix that then. So everything was supposed to be exactly the same, but I added a new number 4, and then 4 moved to number 5. I apologize for that.
Yeah, no, it's good, but that's
Glad
just
you
your
caught it,
notice.
yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
12 local area. It continues on. If you look at the Lincoln one, it goes on, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, no. Yes?
I would like to make a motion to bypass the procedure bylaw to deal with it today, if it's possible.
Well, you could. I'm going to tell you, I understand that the minister is going to be coming forward this week, so, you know.
Let's leave it then for notice of motion. If they're coming this week, then we'll know a little bit more.
Right.
But this was more of a general,
Yeah.
That's fine. I
Okay.
can stay on for notice of motion, and I'll fix that.
New
that
business.
paragraph.
Do we have any new business? Councillor Patel and then Carrio. I know. Because if I look this way, they get mad. They don't look over here. I look over here, you guys get mad. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Nickel. It's a pothole season. All we hear is potholes all over the city.
He likes
So
talking
what is the
about it.
plan, and when will be
The
getting
asphalt,
around to filling the potholes?
asphalt plan.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I knew this was coming. How could I not know? Well, here's what we're doing. We've treated about 2,000 potholes this year so far. We can accomplish about 80 to 100 potholes per day with our 2 crews that we have right now. We're still in winter shift, which means that we haven't brought back our seasonal staff, and we still don't have hot asphalt plants open yet. So we're using cold mix asphalt to patch the potholes that we have today. New for us is some safety regulation requiring 2 vehicles, a blocker truck and a patching truck, so it's slower than usual. It's more costly than usual, which isn't great, but it's safer than usual, so there's that. We are also exploring in small amounts a product that comes in pails, and it's a permanent asphalt repair. It's like an epoxy. It has an epoxy substance in it. If you can imagine, the stuff we get off the back of a truck now is soft and it's dumped, and we put it in the hole and we try to pack it, but it still remains soft. So it does its job for a very limited time until we can get hot asphalt.
The cold patch.
The cold patch, the traditional method. And it's very expensive. It's just as much as their hot patch, but we can't get the hot stuff. So we are eagerly awaiting the opening of the asphalt plants. We have 2 asphalt boxes that we use to spread hot asphalt to do a more permanent repair. We're using this product right now that does a bit more permanent repair on some of our higher volume roads to make sure that we don't have to endure that same level of stress on the roads and the traffic control we need to do. We're also exploring opportunities to take our recycled asphalt, so the millings that we grind off the roads, and to recycle that in the winter with our own little batch plant in future years. So we're looking at possible capital costs to do that and the benefits of having our own hot mix little batch plant over winter. Councillor, the only thing I can suggest is, I need to continue to resource that group. We need to continue to make sure that we have those winter resources. It's a labor-intensive operation, and we also want to encourage people to please continue to report that pothole. We do take that work order that's reported by the public through our online portal. You can go on our website, you can go on some of our social media and follow those links. Those do come in, and those work orders are actioned, and we get out there and we fix it and we close those work orders. We can't be everywhere all at once, and we can't see all of them all at the same time, so the sooner we know about it, the sooner we can go out and fix it.
Thank you. So through those, when people put in those complaints for the potholes, do we fill up the potholes proactively? Do we go to main streets and fill up those potholes without complaints?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, great question. Yes, we do. Our crews won't drive past a pothole just to get to one that's on their list. They will stop and they'll fix it. And truthfully, we are required to inspect all of our roads on a certain timeline. So a busy street is required to be inspected by us, more frequently than, say, a local road. When we do that inspection, we will note all of those potholes so they become a work order. Sometimes, though, we have challenges. We have limited material and limited manpower. So we're doing our best with what they can, but if they run out of that material by the end of the day, they have to go back. They may just not have enough time in the day to finish that route. So they're back on it the next day, but the list is growing twice as big as it was when they started the day in the morning. However, we will get through it. Temperatures are warming up. It's that freeze and thaw. So when it dips down below freezing, then up warmer in the day, that's when we see the damage start to occur again. We're getting into the better territory, Councillor.
Thank you. So another new business is On our agenda, we had a Lundy's Lane water tower on the agenda, and I did speak to a couple of people about that water tower, and I have a question. Is it structurally safe to keep it, or we have to take it down because it's not safe to keep up there?
Yeah, through the mayor. Great question, first of all. To be very clear, it is a regional asset. So Niagara Region owns the water tower. It's part of their transmission system. They've been undergoing an environmental assessment process, so a municipal class environmental assessment process, due to the fact that it's reaching the end of its life and due to the fact that it has limited seismic stability safety controls. So in other words, it may not withhold the forces of some types of earthquakes that we might be susceptible to here. I don't want to be alarming because it's been in its current location for longer than I've been alive. But insofar as it's at its end of life and the capacity that a water tower needs to hold in terms of water capacity for firefighting, for balancing of water, for storage, it needs to be larger. Certainly the region has considered moving it so they can build a larger station that is meeting the current building codes that will serve the growth of the city for the next 50 years. They have a public information session that's open right now, so that's probably why you saw it in the agenda. They're taking public feedback this week by Friday on a public information session, so this is their second session in the EA process. Their preferred location has been identified as the I'll call it the Sallet Steel property, Stanley Avenue, but Stanley's a long street. So Stanley Avenue south of Marineland Parkway for a location that's fairly off of the road. So it's maybe hidden a bit more. But there's some technical reasons and social reasons why that's their preferred alternative. And the public can Google elevated tank Niagara Falls and get to the region's engagement page and follow along there and participate there.
The reason I brought it up was it was brought to my attention that it has been a historical landmark for years and years, and they said if any way we can get that water tower from region and turn it into art project. That was one of the idea that came to me from one of the residents. That's why I want to bring it up.
Yeah, and through the mayor, I'm certainly willing to take that back to my regional friends. I suppose if it's unsafe I need to determine if it's unsafe when it's full of water or unsafe if it's empty of water. If it can be shored up as potentially a safe asset. I am still nervous about taking on additional assets because we have enough challenges covering what we own. But I can explore that to see what do they plan to do with that property. They may find that their evaluation has looked at the value of the land after they decommission it, and it could be turned into something else like housing or commercial business. So I'll find out for you and let you know.
Just while we're on the potholes, how are those pouches you were using working versus the pails?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. We don't use the in the winter when there's a risk the plows are going to come back because we can't pack them below the pothole or below the surface level. So they're meant to be used after we're out of the risk of freezing. And they're meant to be used strictly on an emergency basis by our supervisor. So they can stop, throw it in, pack it, and then hopefully those patches will stay in the hole. Early results have been mixed because it's been kind of cold and it was wet, but we're going to continue to try exploring some other options.
Thank you. Councillor Carrier.
There's about 250 potholes on Shirk Road, just so you know. Shirk Road is one big pothole.
How many do we have?
I was going to ask the mayor if you know about development charges, if you wanted to make a little announcement about what's going on with the province and the.
Well, I maybe.
Or someone? Development charges? Oh, you're bringing up an HST as well?
Yes.
I think it'd be nice to tell people.
Yeah, the HST we don't control. We'll bring a report to council.
I know, but just to tell what's happening.
Well, the province has.
The feds.
Well, the province the province controls the development charges. And that's co-policy. So for cities that reduce their development charges by 30 to 50%, they'll be eligible for some infrastructure money. So we'll bring a report to council. It was announced on Friday. So it was too quick to bring it to council. So we'll bring a recommendation to council next
In conjunction with the region?
Next council meeting to get a recommendation from council to either reduce to be eligible or not to reduce.
In conjunction with the region as well, would they participate, or?
I had a conversation with the region on Friday when it was announced, asked them if they were taking a report to their council. They were indeterminate at that time, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Baldwin.
By reducing the DCs, and you're going to get money from provincial government? Is that what you're saying?
It's a fund of both federal and provincial money, so it's a little unclear.
Take it away from the developers and take the taxpayers' money and dump it back in the back door?
Well, I would say it's not.
Not a percentage.
I always say it's never the developer's money. It's the person paying for the home pays for it. So it's circulating taxpayer money.
That's right. Any other new business? Okay, just a reminder, Friday is going to be the Easter egg hunt at Fireman's Park, starting at 11 a.m. Now we'll do the bylaws. Councillor Pietrangelo gives the bylaws first, second, and third reading, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Oh,
Just pointing out, because of the deferral about the trailer report, that the bylaw 2026-28 would be pulled from the agenda as well. Wouldn't pass that bylaw this evening.
okay, with that recorded, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.